Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to the first EU Sustainable Finance Days 2024 here in Spain. This is the first event of a roadshow that we are conducting across various European countries to present sustainable finance policies and instruments. It's really exciting to be here today in this very beautiful city. It's very nice to see so many of you here in the room and also online. I hope you will be able to take advantage from the opportunity to talk to each other during the various breaks and the networking breaks. But I also want to welcome our participants online. We have almost 200 people from the screen, which are watching our web stream. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Armando Melone. I work in the Access to Finance unit in DG Grow, DG for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs, and I will be your moderator today. We have a fully packed day, so I don't want to spend much time with my presentation. We will have a status update on the EU Sustainable Finance Policies and Instruments with details on the EU Sustainable Finance Frameworks and also on Spanish policies in the field. Then we will go to provide some insights on transition finance with details on specific financial instruments for sustainability, in particular on the InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee and the Green Gateway. And then after the break, we will have a session on support provided to business by sustainable advisors of the Enterprise Europe Network. And then we are very honored to have today a keynote speech by the Commissioner of the Spanish Financial Markets Authorities and Chair of the EU Platform of Sustainable Finance, Ms. Elena Vines Fiestas. And finally, we will have a very interesting panel discussion where we will hear about local views from bankers and companies. As I mentioned, we are very thrilled to be here today in Madrid. Just a few technical information. We are providing simultaneous interpretation from Spanish to English and English to Spanish. So we want to thank the interpreters for a great job. And also, so for this, you can just use the headsets or the earplugs that you find here at the entrance and choose the preferred language. And also, of course, the online version as an interpretation. The final panel will be very interactive. We will also use Slido for questions that can be taken from online participants. So the events will be recorded. We will make recording available a few days after the events, and also the presentations will be available. And finally, but also important, after the event, we will send you a short survey via email that we invite you to complete. This will improve our future events. So without losing much time, I'm very much looking forward to invite to the lecture our first speaker for the opening address, who is Lucas González Ojeda, Acting Head of Representation of the European Commission in Spain. Lucas, the lecture is yours.
Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. The European Agency of Environment published a few weeks ago a map of the climate risks towards which we're heading and puts in the focus Europe and specifically to Spain. Spain is a country which is pretty exposed to all of the climate risks. The climate footprint that we have in Europe and the European Commission is something that we've been studying since the year 2019, since the mandate of von der Leyen started, and it's something that addresses not only the environmental issues, but everything that has to do with economical growth, because we have insisted a lot in this chapter that everything that has to do with the policies to fight against climate change have to do with economic growth, and it's an engine for this, and it has to continue being like this. And this is something that it's interesting for us in every single sense in the Directorate of Environment, of course, but here we have DG Growth of Internal Markets and also DG FISMA of Finance Matters, from which I come, by the way. So it's very nice to have you here, colleagues. So the European Union has set very ambitious goals We know that we need to achieve this goal of being a net zero climate by the year 2050, and we have a previous step, which is the reduction by 55% of the emissions by the year 2030. And to reach those goals, apart from having policies and regulations, we need to seek how to finance certain investments which are necessary for this transformation process. So what we do from the Commission and other finance institutions is to try to address the money towards the green investments. The working area is huge, as you can know, and many of you already know it, but you mentioned some of them. We've created a European taxonomy that determines which activities can be considered sustainable in this process that we are at, also in the transition process. We have defined at a European level the different metrics of companies that will allow us to compare the companies and includes climate change, how resources are used, water, and we've proposed a European standard for the green bonds. So in this sense, we address several funds from the budget point of view, from the point of view of the European Union, but I want to highlight the work of the European Investment Bank, represented by Fernando Torrijas, the director of the office here in Madrid, and through very specific projects and very important projects for sustainable financing, like Invest EU or the support of the implementation of the recovery and resilience mechanism. This fund, which is going to be valid till the year 26, and with several important chapters like until the year 26 that have contributed with millions of euros in green investments. They are enhancing this green transition. This is around the 40% of the investments represented, and I want to say that also the European Commission expects to finance at least the 30% of these investments, with green funds being the biggest issuers of these green bonds in the market. April 24, more than 55 million euros have been issued to the Next Generation EU through these green funds. This mechanism puts into practice the goal of sustainable finance, implementing, due to its compulsory by the regulation, the compliance of not creating any significant harm to any of the 6 SDGs established in this taxonomy regulation. So today's day is going to be a very nice opportunity to put in contact to everybody participating in this sense, and also to value the financing instruments of the European Commission, like the Invest EU tools or the support tools like the Global Green Gateway, and other instruments which are available for companies and specifically for the SMEs, which is something which is in the core of the European Commission. Without further ado, thank you so much. And Fernando Torrija, please, we want to listen to you too.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to you all.
Quiero agradecer a la Comisión Europea.
I want to thank to the European Commission and its delegation here in Spain, because they are very helpful for everything we do, and for the representatives of Brussels here and all of you who are here with us. I want to talk a bit about the European Investment Bank and what do we do. It's a summary of the results too. From the European Investment Bank, we are very thankful to the European Commission. We have a very fruitful cooperation for many years now, and it has allowed us to enhance many impact programs. The Strategic Fund of Investment for Europe, the Juncker Plan, that in Spain had a lot of impact, and we did many operations. The advisory hub, for example, apart from having the Jaspers lines, for example, to help to the state or to absorb these funds. We have other projects like Elena, Horizon in Innovation, and InvestEU, of course, which is something we're going to talk about today. But there's a big list of collaboration examples. This has allowed us, especially in the last 10 years, develop a range of products, especially for the public sector, but also for the private sector, especially for the SMEs, to help them in all of these principles, growth, the conception of the company, maturity of the company. We have instruments for help each of the niches in which the SMEs could be. We do it from different participations in investment funds or giving a warranty of debts to some of them. Also with the collaboration of the European Commission through the European Innovation Funds that gives some aids without the need to turn them back, with also some goals of decarbonization. We have developed a bit of that product it was very successful in the European Union. We're leaders in this, and also collaborating with finance intermediates to reach the SMEs, which are the main pillar of the activity in Spain and in the European Commission. We do project finance for different companies, infrastructure projects. I want to highlight the work of the European Investment Funds, which is one of the subsidiaries of the bank, and also the advisory hub that we have in the institution, because they help these finance intermediates to channel all of these topics, especially in sustainability. This program is going to have many of my colleagues of the European Investment Bank, and I hope they answer to all of your questions. And please remember that this event is also to listen to you, so I invite you to intervene, to speak, to be active, to ask questions. As Lucas said, the European Investment Bank, it's a tool to advance, to progress. We have a bet on sustainability. We call us now the Sustainability Bank. We changed the name, but well, the spirit is the same. We have been pioneers of all of the activities we do in the emission of green bonds, and we stopped also financing projects of fossil fuels. So with the help of the Commission, our experts and engineers have helped us to establish the green funds and to talk about sustainability of projects. The group of the European Investment Bank plays a very important role to close the gap in the double transition, green and digital, to establish autonomy and the economic safety of Europe, financing projects like in energy, digitalization, innovation, sustainable transport, education, health, and also through this national financing system support to the SMEs for their transition. You know, we have a commitment of the 50% of the volume of all of the operations we do in the framework of the climate change. And for the decade of the 2030 to have a financed 1 million green projects. We are very focused on these goals, and I think we're going to overexceed them. We invested more than 11 billion euros in Spain last year, being one of the principal countries of investment of the EIB. I think we're one of the best first ones, and we're playing a very important role to be Spain, one of the countries of the renewables. We are one of the best countries to generate renewables, and we are contributing to this. In the year 23, we were able to supply energy to 3.9 million households. Energy which is going to increase while we build this infrastructure, and we were able to reach more than 109,000 SMEs. The SMEs, as I said, is one of the main activities of the EIB, and we focus on that they have a good economy, and the average grant, it's about 150,000. This is for you to get an idea of which SMEs we work with. So green financing in Spain of this 11 billion that I mentioned is nearly 6 out of 10 euros were to SMEs. And we've been along the supply chain of energy from generation, transfer, distribution, innovation, And of course, energy efficiency, because you know, at the end, the energy that it's not consumed is the cheapest one.
Estamos también haciendo bastantes cosas en transporte
So we are
urbano
also
con las
doing many
ciudades y
things when it comes
conectar
to
la red
urban
ferroviaria
mobility in
todo el
cities and
territorio.
connect with trains the whole
Somos un
territory.
socio estratégico del gobierno
And
español y
we're
con
a
la Comisión
strategic
Europea vamos
partner
a
of
implementar
the Spanish
una
government,
parte
and with the
de la
European
deuda,
Commission,
que
we're
es
going to
el componente
implement a
del plan de
part
resiliencia,
of
el
this
llamado Fondo de
debt
Resiliencia
in the
Económica, que
resilience
esperamos contribuya aún más al desarrollo
plan, which is
sostenible y
the
la recuperación del
autonomous
país.
resilience plan, to try to
Y para
invest even
finalizar, ya
more
hablaremos aquí
in
de los
the
instrumentos que el BEI
sustainability
ha
of the
desarrollado para
country.
ayudar a
And we will
paliar
talk about
la
the
sostenibilidad,
instruments
que es
that
la temática
the
del día.
EIB has
Espero que,
developed.
como digo, mis colegas puedan
And I
contestar a
hope,
todas vuestras preguntas
as I said,
interesadas.
my colleagues can answer to all of your questions and
Termino
that you ask
felicitando al sector
questions.
de la
I want to
intermediación, no
congratulate
solo
to
lo que
the
es
sector of
la banca
the
comercial, sino también
intermediates.
todo el
It's not
ecosistema de
only the
fondos
commercial
con los
banking, with
vehículos
all
para
of
la
the
financiación. Tengo
ecosystem of
relación con
funds for
muchísimos
the
de
great
ellos
work. We have a
y
very good
esperemos seguir
relation with all of them. And
apoyándoles
I
con
hope that we
garantías,
can
con
continue
participación en
supporting
fondos y
them
con todo
with
tipo de
warranties,
instrumentos para que las
participation in the
pymes sigan
funds,
sostenibles y
in all
prosperadas.
of the
Muchísimas gracias.
instruments possible as the SMEs can be fruitful in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lucas and Fernando, for the opening speeches. And we are coming now to the first session, where my Growing FINSMA colleagues and the Spanish Ministry of Economy will set the scene for today's events by presenting to you an update of the EU sustainable finance policies and instruments, with details on the EU sustainable finance framework and on Spanish policies in the field. Our first speakers are from the Commission. There will be a joint presentation from Astrid Balters, who is Head of Unit Access to Finance at the European Commission's DG for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, and Diarmuid Murphy, who is a Policy Officer on Sustainable Finance in the DG of the European Commission for Financial Stability, Financial Services and CMU, called FISMA. They will provide details on the EU Sustainable Finance Framework, and I think Astrid will kick off the presentation. Astrid, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Very happy to be here and see such a full room and such interest. So, why are we here today? I think to set the scene, a lot has been written and said. We all know we cannot relax our efforts to green our economies. We've just recently seen the new report issued by the UN's Weather Agency in March that states that 2023 was the hottest year on record. According to this report, records were broken not only for surface temperatures, but also for greenhouse gas levels, ocean heat, acidification, sea level rise, ice cover and glacier retreat. And as the UN Secretary General said, some of these records are not only chart-topping, but they're really chart-bursting. So I don't think we need to question the need to act and to actually act now. So from a European perspective, how have we framed it? It was already said, we do have the European Green Deal. This is our European climate law. Simply put, we want to be carbon neutral by 2050, and by 2030, we want to have reduced emissions vis-à-vis 1990 of 55%. In order to do this, to reach this goal, we know that massive amounts of finance are needed. And it's clear it cannot only be coming from the public sector. We really need the private sector to engage. We need to build public-private partnerships. Estimates are that about 700 billion euros are needed per annum, not over the period, but per annum between, well, what was 2021 and 2030, for the decarbonization of the EU economy and basically to completely overhaul it. And in order to ensure that we really get the private sector engaged in this journey that we have to embark on, the European Commission has created the Sustainable Finance Framework, which is made up of various elements like the taxonomy, disclosure regulations. We have a financial toolbox. We have de-risking instruments. And this is what we will be talking in detail about today. So I hand over to Diarmuid.
Thanks, Astrid, and good morning, everybody. In my best Irish accent, I'll say buenos dias. So I work in the DG FISMA within the European Commission, and I guess our mission is to ensure that the European financial system supports the transition towards a carbon neutral, a circular and a sustainable economy. So essentially, I think Astrid's slide, the previous slide, provides a nice segue to what I'll speak about, which is mobilising private capital, which is absolutely crucial. And even to pick up on a recent EU Commission report that looked at certain pathways with regard to the transition to 2050 goals, it's assessed that there needs to be a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. And it also assessed that, that there needs to be an investment of 1.5% of GDP, additional investment in order to achieve the transition towards a net zero economy. So what have we done from a Commission perspective? Over the last number of years, we've built a framework essentially to support the flow of private capital towards sustainable and transition investments throughout the value chain. And that is from financials, non-financial companies, institutional investors and retail investors as well. And maybe starting on the left-hand side, as Astrid alluded to, we have a disclosures framework. We have the company-level disclosures that comes under the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Essentially, what this does is it enables companies to communicate their sustainability information in a standardized format. And the exact format of that, or the details, are currently being worked through at the moment. We also have the Sustainable Finance Disclosures Regulation, which is product-level disclosures. And we also have a, and sorry, it probably just popped off the slide there, sustainability preferences in terms of clients where they can choose to, if and to what extent their sustainability preferences can be reflected in investment products. On the right-hand side, then, we have, again, as Astrid alluded to, the EU taxonomy. This is a classification of economic activities contributing to climate and environmental objectives. We started with climate mitigation and adaptation objectives, and we've recently expanded it to 4 remaining environmental objectives. And we've done that through a number of delegated acts. This is a living document. It's not a living taxonomy. It's not a complete taxonomy at the moment, and it will evolve. Other economic activities will be added in due course. We have financial tools then in the middle in terms of the European Green Bond Standard. We have climate benchmarks. We have ESG ratings as well, essentially providing the market with the tools necessary to allow the transition towards a net zero economy. Moving forward, sorry. So just focusing a little bit on the EU taxonomy, it's a classification system, a common language, so to speak, in terms of what is environmentally sustainable and under what circumstances. It's a measuring tool as well, where companies can compare themselves, their own performance, but also can compare across companies and across sectors as well. It's also a transition tool. It sets out the objectives and essentially the direction of travel for different economic activities. But to understand what the taxonomy is, it's important to understand what the taxonomy is not. It's not a mandatory list to invest in. It's not a rating of the greenness of companies, and it doesn't make any judgment with regard to the financial performance of investment. And importantly as well, what's not green is not necessarily brown. So focusing in a little bit more on the taxonomy as well, it essentially evolves around 6 climate and environmental objectives. You see those on the right-hand side. Essentially, it relates to those activities making a substantial contribution to at least one of those environmental or climate and environmental objectives, and not doing no significant harm to the other 5 while meeting minimum standards in terms of complying essentially with minimum international standards. So looking at how the taxonomy feeds into the overall sustainable finance framework, Essentially, an illustrative example here. Starting on the left-hand side, we have large and listed companies, and essentially this is what is covered by the CSRD. Importantly, unlisted SMEs are not part of the CSRD. The CSRD is being brought in on a phase basis. It'll capture large companies in 2026 and listed SMEs that will follow afterwards. Essentially, under the CSRD, companies report under a double materiality perspective, the risks to the firms themselves and the impact of those firms then on climate and environmental objectives and society more generally. Using the taxonomy, then, companies report the percentage of taxonomy-aligned revenue, CapEx, OpEx, and provide other indicators as well. That then feeds into the data that's available then from market participants that can be picked up under this SFDR regulation. Again, that allows for classification of products, so-called Article 8 or Article 9 products, and that information then can be used by society more generally. Of course, the implementation of the EU Sustainable Finance Framework has not been always plain sailing, so to speak. So we've put an important emphasis on usability, implementation and simplification of the framework. We've launched an EU taxonomy navigator, essentially a guide for participants, and that's on our website. We have a taxonomy compass, which is a visual representation of the sector's activities criteria, and people can kind of use that in a so-called safe or testing environment. They can play around with that. And similarly as well for an EU taxonomy calculator, we have a step-by-step guide on reporting obligations. We've put a lot of work into the development of a FAQ repository, and we have a taxonomy user guide as well. But importantly, the framework is not all about what's green now. In fact, you expect that most of the green activities are pretty much largely funded. It's also about the activities that are on a path to becoming green. And in June last year, we issued a recommendation with regard to transition finance, essentially providing guidance, practical suggestions, examples on how financial and non-financial companies can use the various tools within the sustainable finance framework to channel investments towards into transition and also manage the risks coming from climate change and environmental degradation. Importantly, transition finance cannot be just anything, and it needs to be framed, and work continues on this important topic. Turning towards the platform on sustainable finance, it's important that I do touch on this. This is an advisory group to the Commission. You'll hear from Helena, the chair of the platform, later on today, but just to provide a quick overview, the composition, representatives from the EU agencies, private sector, financial, non-financial, business sector, civil society, etc. It has a mandate with regard to focusing on usability of the framework, advise on the implementation and development of the technical screening criteria that come under the taxonomy, monitoring and reporting on sustainable capital flows, and you would have seen that last week they published a report on that, and also advise on the possible review of the regulation as needed. And it's important for me maybe to say as well that the platform a couple of weeks ago published a compendium of market practices looking at non-financial, financials, all activities or all sectors, I guess, within the EU economy. So it's very worth taking a look at that. And the work then is divided across 3 subgroups. So as I move towards the end of the presentation, let me speak more about SMEs before I hand back to Astrid. So you'll see so far SMEs are largely excluded from the EU disclosures framework. They don't fall under the CSRD, and by nature that they don't fall under the taxonomy. But that's not to say that SMEs are not part of the sustainability game, so to speak. They have an important role. And we very much recognise that SMEs face increasing information requests for sustainability information from their financial and value chain partners, but they have a key role in the transition to a sustainable economy. So we recognise the challenges that SMEs face, and as part of our sustainable finance strategy, which was published in July 2021, under the inclusiveness pillar of that strategy, we've captured the sustainable finance aspects, but more specifically SMEs and also the retail, because SMEs need to be brought along with regard to sustainability more generally. What does that look like, or what does the work look like at the moment? Well, we're undertaking work with regard to green loans. We're undertaking work with regard to the digital and innovation, how that can help SMEs and other sectors more generally, just with regard to the transition and support that transition towards a net zero economy. With that, Astrid, I'll hand back.
Thank you, Darward. So yeah, let's delve into SMEs and the green transition. First question is actually, why should we care about the SMEs? Well, for us, it's quite obvious. SMEs are very, very important to the European economy, and without the SMEs participating in the green transition, there will not be a real green transition of the European economy. Just because SMEs account for 99.8% of all corporates in the EU, they create 64.4% of the jobs, and they account for more than half of the EU added value created. So they are really key, and we need to take them along. So when we try to figure out how to best go about it, well, the first thing you always do is you try to understand the status quo. Where do SMEs sit? So it was actually in 2020 that the Commission carried out a Eurobarometer survey. And we wanted to understand, do SMEs know about sustainability? Do they have plans in place? And what we found out back then, and just to put it in perspective, this was a questionnaire carried out just before we went into lockdown. So it didn't have any COVID effects factored into the results. So about a third of the SMEs told us that they have a strategy or an action plan already in place to become a more sustainable enterprise. That, of course, compares to 44% of startups, 44% of scale-ups, and when you compare it to larger corporates, there are over half of them said they have a strategy or an action plan. So it shows SMEs are lagging. And when we then asked, what are the elements that are holding you back? Why are you not participating? Why are you not thinking about it? Well, interestingly enough, back in 2020, SMEs said, or at least 30% said, they believe there's a lack of consumer or customer demand, which may have actually changed a little bit in the meantime. We certainly hope so. But then we also have 27% of SMEs who said, even if we wanted to do something, we are really lacking the financial resources. That is key for us, so we cannot do anything about it. Also very interesting, almost a quarter of SMEs said at that point in time that they view that becoming sustainable is not compatible with their current business mode. And then we had 23% of SMEs saying there's a lack of awareness on how to even go about it, where to start, and 15% said we are basically lacking the skills, the people to put anything in place. So that was our sort of starting premises, status quo, upon which we started building our policies. Now coming to access to finance, because it is such a key element. Whenever we embark on building policies around it, there are several elements we need to keep in mind. Well, first of all, access to finance is not only important for SMEs to embark on the green transition, but we also know from other surveys that access to external bank finance is key for most of the European SMEs. We know that on average, 80% of European SMEs rely on access to external bank finance, be it in the form of term loans or working capital facilities to run their business. Yeah? So without the banking sector supporting them, they cannot thrive, they cannot grow, they cannot create employment, new products, new services. And so it's something that we are very alert about. But then when it comes to transition finance, to green finance, we also know that whenever we put policy into place, we need to keep the administrative burden manageable. You hear that all the time in Brussels, you know, administrative burden reduction. Make it easy, don't make it complicated. People need to understand it. And that has to be important not only for these ESG disclosure requirements, but for accessing finance in general. And we also know, so not only do we need to make it easy, but we, from the public side, we need to provide the banking sector with de-risking instruments, and we also need to provide tools so that the banking sector can actually help the SMEs. Because we believe banks do play a very crucial role in this transition effort. It was already touched upon by Darmud. What are the challenges? What are we hearing in Brussels from associations, individual companies? What are SMEs up against? Well, first of all, due to the changing regulatory framework, and as Darmud said, SMEs don't have to report themselves, but there are these indirect trickle-down effects. One of them being that if you have a large corporate and they have reporting obligations on their supply chains, and SMEs are part of the supply chains, they start getting questionnaires. Yeah? And very often SMEs get it and they don't even understand, A, why are they being asked? B, they don't know if I reply, what will that reply mean for my business relationship? So they're very insecure about it. And we also know that the banking sector is starting to send questionnaires or in their annual review dialogue going into a debate. And why are they doing it? Well, providing sustainable finance is one thing, but it's also that from the regulatory side, in terms of risk management, banks are being asked to change their risk rating models and to take at least climate considerations or climate risk considerations into account. And that, of course, then trickles down. We also know that currently supply of, green or sustainable finance is actually very, very limited. There was a report from the European Banking Authority just before Christmas. So we really need to find a way to sort of turbocharge that. Ideally, sustainable green finance should be cheaper, but that certainly isn't the case. If at all banking sector tells us, you know what, actually it's more expensive for us because we need to put more resources into it. We need to train our loan officers. Everyone needs to understand this concept. So green finance is difficult, and difficult translates into higher costs. And that, of course, means that the banks, when they start looking at it, they like to do large tickets, so big transactions, because the efforts they put into each transactions are the same, whether it's a big or a small ticket, and banks want to make money at the end of the day. So these are all the market trends that we're observing. And then last but not least, information on sustainable finance is very scattered. SMEs wouldn't even know how to find it, so they need help with it. Again, they also need help with these disclosure issues. So in September of last year, we in the Commission put out the SME relief package, and in the SME relief package is a section on sustainable finance, and it starts with us acknowledging that really these issues all exist, and we put forward a couple of work streams that we will now pursue in order to support SMEs. So the first one is we somehow want to deal with this trickle-down effect of the questionnaires, SMEs being approached, being asked for information. So currently, together with an advisor, AFRAC, the Commission is trying to develop a voluntary standard, voluntary reporting standard for the non-listed SMEs. Because listed SMEs, they fall under the CSRD. They know, their reporting requirements, but they're none for the SMEs. And so this should be, it's voluntary, but at least we would like to have it harmonized at European level. And there's currently a public consultation out there in the market, which runs until May, where SMEs or even banks that could then potentially draw from these voluntary standards, we are waiting their replies to see how we have to shape it. Then the second thing is we need to find ways how to encourage the financial sector to really turbocharge green finance, engage with the SMEs. And this is, as Diarmuid already said, we are trying to develop a European green loan standard as one definition of what it all means in terms of eligibility, documentation. And last but not least, in the framework and the reporting framework that we have right now, we have the so-called GAR, the Green Asset Ratio, where banks have to say how much of their loan book is taxonomy aligned. We need to see how we can intelligently adopt that or adopt it in an SME-friendly way. What we've done, we've conducted actually 2 studies at Commission level. One is from Ramboll that only looked at climate mitigation, so one of the 6 environmental objectives. We wanted to understand to which extent SMEs are impacted by the taxonomy and also understand the challenges that they may face in understanding the reporting, EU taxonomy, what's going on. And what we found is that actually only 18% of SMEs are involved in activities that are currently covered by the taxonomy. But as Diarmuid said, taxonomy is sort of a living animal. There are going to be more and more activities in the future, so this percentage will definitely change. But then also, it's very complicated for SMEs to be able to even deal with these reporting requirements that would come with it, were they to be included. And then we also have a newer study. The official results were published in about 4 weeks, where we had a consultant looking at all of the environmental objectives and what if we obliged SMEs to report. Like large corporates, what would that mean? If they did it voluntarily, would that actually give them a better access to sustainable finance? And the results of the studies are clear. They say that at this point in time, the additional burden, the costs that come with implementing the whole system would never be outweighed by the potential benefits. So that is clear for us. We really need to find a more intelligent, a lighter, a better way to cover SMEs. And so if you like, the regulatory framework is a little bit the stick approach, right? But with SMEs, we really need to go towards the carrot to show the positive elements. And I think this is where the European InvestEU program comes in. It's our flagship investment program for the period 2021 to 27. And we have within the program, there's first of all a fund, so that's a budgetary guarantee of 26.2 billion. But with the fund, we also have budgets for advisory services for help and support, and then there's an InvestEU portal that matches projects with potential investors. Within the InvestEU program, it's structured around 4 different policy areas, and one of them is the SME window. And the SME window has resources of 6.9 billion. And we as the Commission have given mandates to financial institutions to implement it and to implement certain products. The EIB group is our biggest implementing partner. They account for 75% of the resources. And now very quickly, just to highlight what have we done with the EIB group. And when I talk about EIB group, when it comes to SME finance, it's the subsidiary of the EIB, so the European Investment Fund in Luxembourg that deals with SME finance. And just to say, if you're an SME, you want finance, do not call Luxembourg. That's not how the system works. The EIF works on an intermediated basis. What does that mean? The EIB publishes calls for expression of interest, where financial institutions from all across Europe can apply for the products that we have negotiated with the EIF. We have products on the debt and on the equity side. What you see here on the slide are the debt products, and on the right-hand side you see sustainability, and that is new. In previous programming periods we already had guarantees, but now for the first time ever we have developed a pan-European sustainability guarantee to support SMEs and actually also small mid-caps, so we have a little bit of a broader scope. And what I would like to say here is that when we developed the eligibility criteria for the sustainability guarantee, we looked at the taxonomy, but it has nothing to do with taxonomy alignment, but very much with, we were inspired by the taxonomy. And to say, what does that actually mean in practice? It means we looked at the taxonomy and said, what are the activities in which SMEs are active? Because there are quite a few activities in there that are geared towards large corporates. And so we could already discard all of them. Or we said there are activities that are being carried out by large corporates, but where the SMEs could be on the purchasing side. The electric vehicle is the most obvious thing. An SME will not build an electric car, but an SME will certainly be able to purchase an electric car. And then we listed all of these different activities, and then we said, what are the documents that a bank needs to have in its file to document that it has provided finance for this purpose. And this is sort of the logic behind our sustainability guarantee. And you will hear a lot more about the details of it later. And then just to finish off, I'm not going to go into the details, you'll hear about it. On the equity side, the EIF is the largest fund-of-fund investor in Europe. They get a lot of public mandates, one of them being from the European Commission. Under InvestEU, we've taken resources from the SME window, from the research window, we bundled it, the EIB has chipped in money, so basically there is, let's say, a pot of money, over 6 billion euros, that we told or negotiated with the EIF to invest into venture capital funds, tech transfer funds, also lower mid-market, so part of the private equity market, into what the EIF would call 4 verticals. And you see them here on the slide. So funds supporting capital markets union objectives, those funds investing cross-border. We have those funds that have strategies, which we call enabling sectors. That's where you find defense, space, chips technologies. We've just added critical raw materials value chain. But very importantly, we also have a very important pillar, and that's all around climate change, decarbonization of the industry, where the EIF has already made significant investments in a number of European funds that specifically focus on this area. And with this, I stop and hand over, because I'm very conscious of time. If you want to find financial intermediaries that are participating, there is an Access to Finance portal on the EU website. Just Google Access to EU Finance, and then you can find this. And with that, I stop. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Astrid and Yarmouth. I think this was very important to set the scene of today's, and this was very, very helpful. I think that we are all on the same page now, and we are very pleased to now have to give the floor to Ana Puente Perez, who is the Secretary General for Sustainable and Digital Finance at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Enterprise here in Spain. And Ana will provide us the Spanish point of view on sustainable finance policies. So Ana, the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the European Commission for counting with us on this day.
Querría empezar...
I would like to start.
Sí sé cómo va esto. Ahí. Lo que yo querría compartir con ustedes a lo largo...
I would like to share with you throughout this morning 3 pillars. Firstly, where are we in implementing the legal framework of European sustainable finance? What are we doing from the public administrations, and how all of this has evolved in Spain? And I will finish with some conclusions linked to the role of public administrations right now.
Mínimo en el contenido de los...
I won't talk about the content
sobre finanzas sostenibles, lo han hecho ya...
of the European norms, since the Euro representatives have done so, but I would like to talk about procedures to draw this framework.
De sus características es muy distinto.
I'd like to highlight a few features. This normative block is very different when we compare to other blocks, like credit entities or investment fund managers, proposals of payment service. We, as financial regulators, we are used to the strict terms. We are used to obligations, compliance, etc. When we get to sustainable finance, we find a framework that seeks to incentivize, not establish restrictive obligations. It wants to create incentives to reach our goals, which is channeling investment. We shouldn't forget this, in my opinion. Every single time we talk or draw European frameworks on sustainable finance. During 5 years, we have been publishing, negotiating, public consultations, questions, answers, delegate acts, etc. This is such a complex framework, and it's about to come to an end. The last norm that was negotiated concerned rating providers on sustainability. And we hope that soon this enters into force and we have the complete framework already. Right now, we are entering into a critical phase, so important, which is implementation. We won't be producing the rules, we will be implementing, where public powers roles, the administrative roles, will have to adapt and needs to be appropriate for the moment in which we are. And what do we do since from the public administration's part, from the Treasury and Ministry? We are regulating. We have a lot of regulations from Europe. I would like to focus on 3 issues for this block. First, the recovery plan. It has been mentioned. The recovery plan in Spain has about 40% of investment geared toward green transition. The addenda was published in the last fall, and it allocates many resources to reinforce the efficiency, energy efficiency, decarbonization, green transportation, and within this program of what can be reimbursed, I would like to talk about the Green Line. The Council of Ministers approved the framework agreement to adapt all of these resources from the addendum. I would like to emphasize this line that is directed toward all kinds of companies, households, and concrete actions in terms of energy efficiency and renewables. We have our usual tools, instruments of direct financing, instruments, facilities of capital or quasi-capitals. So we are giving the finishing touches to the framework so that all the resources can be channeled towards the economy and focusing on the need for ecological transformation. Another of the action lines that we have in the Treasury is the Green Bonds program, and we should cite it every time we talk about this. We have great advantages from the point of view of the management of Spanish public portfolio. It has many, many advantages for the deployment of green finance.
Emisión de los bonos y el ejercicio que supone los informes de impacto, el seguimiento.
We also have to consider everything within the reports that need to be published. And Spain right now is deeply focused on sustainable transportation and the electrification of transportation. Another thing I would like to highlight is the biannual report of risks of climate change. And now I'm going to speak about everything that our supervisors do. The law for climate change included a mandate for that so that several actors had to draw a study, a report on how the risk of climate change was having an impact in the climate sector. We had to analyze this in financial point of view so that we can understand how this changed the actions of the financial instruments in Spain. It is available in Spanish, in English, with a press release, etc. And here I would like to highlight two of the benefits of drawing this report. Firstly, internally. On the one hand, the coordination of the three supervisors, the three authorities, when it comes to join methodologies. And I wanted to here show this chart. This is the basic exercise of projection and risk analysis of the climate change. So we have to put all of these methodologies in common because all of them have a different focus, a different perspective. The insurance, DG insurance, for instance, and also the putting in common the knowledge, the methodologies need to be put in common. And this has a great added value for the supervisors that will deploy all of this things.
The second of these benefits is to better identify and measure the lack of availability of data, because being as empirically aware and specifically aware of this is the better way to find solutions. But in the second side of benefits of this report is the conclusions. The conclusions of this report can be summarized into three. Not acting is not an option. A late transition scenario, disorganized scenarios will show non-acceptable results. An organized transition is the one that's going to better adjust the costs of transition, is going to smooth the process of decarbonization of the economy. And the third of the conclusions is that we need to have measures that accompany and offset the sectors and more vulnerable households that can be affected by this process of transition. So the elaboration process and the conclusions, the biannual report has a great value for the enhancing of the different promotions of the sustainability. So to the private sector, this is two easy graphs on how it works, the issuing of bonds, the loans of the sustainability in Spain, and how this is growing in the last years. The green bonds are still the star of the markets, if you will allow me to say so, and they are still growing in volumes and emissions. Sustainable bonds, social bonds, all of this maintain the position in the market. When it comes to investment funds, you see the growth path of the Article 8, Article 9 registers in the National Commission of the Asset Market. I wanted to also highlight the different regulations and conclusions on how do we see the evolution of the results of the behavior of the funds of Article 8 and Article 9. So the conclusions of the National Securities Market Commission are very safe, comply with the goals, with these goals of mobilization of resources, but there's a long way to go. A more specific, more granular should be in the future, and with some indicators of compliance which are also more adjusted. This is just another example of this process of collective learning, and this is going to be improved in the markets on the side of these instruments. I want to conclude with two reflections and going back a little bit to the ideas of the beginning. We are in a phase of implementation of all of this that gives us many opportunities to accelerate the process and the goals that we want. The regulative process should be to listen first the sector to see how this implementation is going, which elements are more important to review.
la próxima comisión, el próximo mandato de la Comisión Europea, quizá no hagan falta.
Maybe for the following mandate of the European Commission, we don't need big developments, but maybe we need some specific adjustments in some regulations to maybe eliminate the excessive burden and to accelerate all of this. So the regulators of listening is very important, but also there should be a companionship role, an enhancement role of all of the private sector, and we're working on this from the Treasury. The main goal is to comply with this. The sustainable finance should not be just an element, an aspiration, but should be the only way to do finance in Spain and to do finance in Europe. Thank you.
Anna, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. This complements very well the EU framework, so we now are set for a full scene for the next panel. But before that, we have some time for some questions. We have a microphone going around, so if you have questions, this is the first time where you can raise them to our panelists. Please don't be shy. Yeah, there is already one question there.
Thank you. Works. My name is Gunt Putidis. I am from Ministry of Finance of Latvia. And I want to ask a question. Could you elaborate more on sustainable finance instruments, support tools or actions for beneficiaries like municipalities? How they are fit in this? Okay, important thing is SMEs, but we see the municipalities is important as well. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Fernando.
Thanks for the question. We have a wide audience from the Ministry of Latvia, so very welcome. You don't mind, so that to benefit the audience. Solo quería decir, a ver, con las municipalidades.
I just wanted to say with the municipalities, of course, we have many kinds of sizes, and in the European Union, we have different models of decentralization, which kind of responsibility each municipality has. So on the European Investment Bank, we have the structure that we have. We can work on direct financing, and for many others, we also do some intermediate work, and many of this intermediate work is for the municipality. So we can work with finance entities that work with these local entities, and we have different instruments, warranties, funds to make easier this, elongate the different dates and terms. This is through the smallest municipalities. With the bigger ones, many of you may know that there's 100 something municipalities in the European Union that have said that want to be carbon neutral on the short term, and we're doing many things with them in direct financing when we can, and then with some intermediates. I talked about the urban mobility, for example, a means of transport, social households. So we're doing many things when it has a size of the project that, given the structure that we have among the European Investment Bank, we can do direct financing. So this is the two models. We have the advisory for these cities for bigger projects to design them, their eligibility, to be prepared so that they are economically solid. We can give them direct financing through these projects, and if not, through the intermediate projects. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias. Soy Jaime Comunión de BVA.
Hi, I'm Jaime Comunión from BBVA Bank in Spain. I wanted to ask if it's necessary, the gap existing between the policymakers of the public entities and also the investors or citizens to address this gap when it comes to the different investments. Also, in the National Securities Market Commissions, we receive the news that most of the investors are a little bit reluctant when it comes to sustainability.
intermediarios financieros.
There's a lack of information between the investors and the policymakers. So how can we close that gap? And also, how could we finance the private sector or the labeling, for example, sector? There are some European countries which are pretty more advanced. So what can we do? Thank you. The interpreter apologizes, but the sound was a bit weird. So first, we need to take into account the regulation of obligations of in the SFTR was the first one that we approved, the first one we negotiated, because out of the 3 proposals we had in that moment, I'm talking about at the end of the year 18, was the most financial, let's say, the most well-known, the easiest to reach a common agreement. It's what we expected from the different managing sites, how to address the different equities to seek for the best investments. But in that moment, we didn't know how the taxonomy looked. We didn't know what kind of information we were going to have available now, 5 years later. And the different delegates to elaborate the different questionnaires and the preferences of the customers were done in this context. When I've talked about identifying those elements of the regulation work that need an adjustment, this is one of them. So what we can start identifying is that a potential review of what do we expect of Article 8, Article 9 has to be very well coordinated with what do we expect to ask to an investor in an environment of commercialization when it comes to the bank. If it's not very well coordinated, what do we want facing the market in general from the side of the operator or the administrator, and then the dialogue with the one that's going to be able to mobilize this, then we get these gaps that you highlighted. So I think an adjustment of this framework is necessary. In a complementary side, other of the lines in which there could be a margin to have some more input, not only in this area, but also when it comes to the capital market, it's financial education. It's not only the regulation for the entities, which are a lever, it is a lever, I mean, without them we could not progress, but maybe also a complement of disclosure, financial education. This could be also a good help to close that gap.
Hi, my name is Jessica Alfaro. I work for the Alliance for Financial Inclusion. We're an international organization that's part of the GPFI and the G20 and one of Her Majesty Queen Maxima's, the UNGSA reference group. So we work in financial inclusion, and obviously sustainability is a huge part of that, and how do we make sure that vulnerable groups are not left behind. So I'd love to know more from the panelists, Astrid and others, what does that enabling environment look like, and what are some of the tools that policymakers and regulators can be looking at to make sure that some of the more vulnerable groups, women, youth, SMEs, MSMEs, are not left behind when we look at this green transformation and doubly this green and digital transformation as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I don't want to anticipate too much what the future panels are going to be talking about, but the point that you mentioned, that we need to be inclusive, that we need to take everyone along, you know, the very small entities, also maybe vulnerable households, that is certainly on our radar screen. And when we are designing the instruments, we're having them in mind. We want to make sure that we can reach them, and that's why, yeah, we have our de-risking instruments, but we also have, and that's very important, tools, help desks, support networks, if you so like, in order to make sure that the requirements can be translated in a language that is comprehensible to the recipient. Because if we do not make this sort of translation available to the final recipients, they're not going to take an interest in this area and they will not participate.
Yeah, there is another question from Peter.
Yes, so thank you. First of all, thank you to all of the members of the panel. I know that the Commission, the Spanish government, the EIB have all been working for many, many years to ensure that when we say things are green and climate aligned, that they actually are. My question relates to the way in which public and private funds meet in public-private partnerships. So typically the European budget, 1.85 trillion of it, is governed by something called the Rio markers. The Rio markers, or the climate change coefficients in some funds. They are an old system. Projects get categorized 0%, 40%, or 100%. Now, they're not a bad system. I mean, they're actually a fine system, but they're different from the taxonomy. And there is a high inertia in the way in which local authorities, managing agencies, and their software systems kind of think about greenness compared to the way that you have just described it. So this, to me, seems like a big issue when we're coming into a new budgeting period. So my question is, how far advanced is the Spanish state and the Commission thinking about how you have to change software systems to ensure that that taxonomy can be easily implemented in the future budget?
Do you want to go first?
Well, first of all, in our, let's say, public experience, perdón, voy a seguir en español, que va a ser muchísimo mejor para todos.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to speak in Spanish. So, it's not the same, the Annex 6 of the regulation of the recovery plan, where there's a list of activities and the percentage to be green. It's not the same as the 300 pages of the Delegate Act of Taxonomy. So what we found is that it's not incompatible, it's not incoherent, but it is true that we need to build a bridge between the Annex 6 and the taxonomy. And we need to try that any public instrument of mobilization of public funds based on this Annex 6 will allow to have this easy movement towards the taxonomy. But once again, let's go back to the initial discussions. Probably the mobilization of public grants demanding this compliance of delegate acts could not be not very efficient when it comes to investment. But the taxonomy, to preserve this this qualitative discussion and take a look at the table and see what it says, it is well the way it is. But the common effort of being able to coordinate the two languages, Annex 6 and taxonomy, it's there. And we are going to try to make as much as we can to be able to specify and make it more specific and thresh it and something more operative for the entity so that they can incorporate this in their systems and they can access to all of the capital of the private financing sector. I don't know if you want to complete a little bit this.
Well, maybe from our side, when we designed the instruments, for instance, for the sustainability guarantee, of course, we had endless discussions on, documentation and what can we ask financial intermediaries to do. I think in practice, and we'll hear that later, rolling out the sustainability guarantee is no easy feat just because of all of the documentation requirements. And also, we as the European Commission, we have to answer to European citizens. We're using taxpayers' money. There has to be accountability built into the system. And we know that actually it's very difficult for financial intermediaries who now embark on this system to implement it, not only to train their people, but as you rightly say, IT systems can be very rigid. usually what we always encounter is that institutions have very limited IT resources. The IT department gets a lot of demands, not only for the sustainability side, but think about the banking sector, the sanctions that we've introduced, so many different things. So I think the short answer is it's not going to happen miraculously overnight. It's going to be a journey. And I think we, from the public side, also have to be conscious and not immediately sort of yell at intermediaries if there is no perfect compliance, but to honor the fact that they're really trying hard to get on the right path.
Thank you very much. I think we could postpone the questions to the next session. We will have ample time for this. So I would thank all the speakers of this panel and invite them to go to the audience and invite the speakers of the next panel to come here. Thank you again. It was an excellent session. In the next hour, our speakers will introduce you to the InvestEU instruments in place to support transition finance, namely the EIF Sustainability Guarantee and the EIB Green Gateway under the Advisory Hub. And we will also listen to experience on the ground with the experience in particular of Caribou, a company who has accessed one of these instruments. So without wasting much time, I would like to give the floor to the first speakers, who is Diego Lucero. Diego is a structured finance expert at the European Investment Fund, who will provide a presentation about the InvestEU Sustainability Guarantee. So Diego, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Voy a hablar en español mejor, si para todo el mundo está bien.
I'm going to speak in Spanish better. I want to say thank you for the invitation to the European Investment Fund to participate in this panel. I want to thank also to the European Commission for organizing the event. I think it's being and it's going to be very useful for everybody. So the panel that we have now is to talk about the sustainability warranty and to talk about the whole cycle of this warranty, from the guarantor, which is the European Investment Fund, also the representation of the EIB, in the representation of the financing institution that grants this financing, and then the beneficiary company, the end beneficiary of the program. So I hope that we can give a complete vision of the products and the process of the concession of this guaranteed financing. I'm going to try to be brief, but can give a lot of time to the technical aspects. But in the time we have, I want to make this as clear as possible. So what's the sustainable warranty? Also the technical aspects, the percentages of coverage, the differences between the different models, the caped guarantees and caped guarantees, the cycle of the warranty from the guarantor until we give the financing, then the criteria, the eligibility criteria, which are the advantages or benefits for the company that receives this guaranteed financed, and then also the general way of work, and then the process of application of the intermediates, how can entities and funds can participate to commercialize this guarantee in Europe, but the process is applicable to all Europe. So to define the sustainable guarantee, I think it's also been defined in the past panel. It's a finance instruments to companies and individuals. It's a new product for the European funds. It's true that the fund has many years of experience creating these guarantee instruments, but to other kind of policies, like, for example, innovation or growth of SMEs, which is new for us. It's the goal of using the guarantee instruments for sustainability or ESG. So at the end, what's the goal? We believe it's a very useful tool to enhance the different entities, to give this grants to companies when there's a lot of risk or when the capital requirements are very high. This is the main benefits or advantages of this guarantee for banks or for funds. They obtain a risk coverage in case of a no payment on the side of the company, and in the case it is a bank, you reduce the regulatory capital consumption. So this is also translated to the company on a reduce of the financial markets. So always the financial benefits, it's translated to the company that receives the loan. So this is a little bit more technical, but we believe it's more interesting, and we have two variants. One in format uncapped guarantee is to cover the risk of a loss for this portfolio financing. This is the uncapped guarantee. The percentage is between the 30 and 80%. This is depending on the financial entity and dialogue with the customer, between the 30 and the 80, as I said, with no limit. So this portfolio of grants, if there's a non-payment, for example, the finance entity will have a coverage. In the capped, there's a maximum payout covered by the European funds. So the financing entity can have bigger losses. This is to choose by the entity. They can apply to one variant or the other depending on their business plan and what kind of company they are dedicated to. Maybe more granular loan portfolio for smaller companies or entities that dedicate to tickets or bigger investments. The model is more risky. I think it's very important to highlight that the model that we work with at the EAF, it's a delegate model. So the EAF does not receive a request of financing funds from the company directly. So the EIF acts as a guarantor, as a multilateral entity with AAA rating to the bank or leasing fund, leasing society, any kind of intermediate. And then it's the financing intermediate, the one that finances the sustainable operation. So I think it's important to call it a delegate or intermediate program, and the EIF gives the warranty, and then it's the intermediate that gives the fund to be able to conduct the investment. When it comes to eligibility criteria, the most important thing is to highlight that the warranty is for the smaller segment in the market. As we mentioned before, the EAF, it's risk financing, especially for the freelancers, and getting to what we call the small mid-caps with companies with less than 500 employees. So we are focusing in the smallest segment of the economy. Our colleagues of the previous panel are important in the economy and how important it is to support the smaller segment in the sustainability goals. So we need to always comply from this status of SMEs or small mid-caps, and we have also a maximum number per investment is 7.5 million. We're not talking about great corporates and great projects. For this, we have a different mandate, a different program. And this is our colleagues from the EIB. And of course, you have to comply with some of the criteria of sustainability. Whether the company it's a green company or that the investment is going to be green and comply with some of the requisites, or as this part, the warranty is more open. We are not only obligated to follow this taxonomy. We have also ESG and also people with handicapped people. It's also available to finance under this sustainable warranty. So when it comes to intermediates, we can have different. We can have national financing entities, banks, debt funds, specialized in sustainability, energy efficiency, renewables, and also leasing companies, because we can warranty loans, credit lines, and leasing. These are the products that can be eligible. So to support the eligibility and to specifically know which is the eligibility of the operations and if it's eligible or not, it is available for the banks, the warranty contract in the documents. And there's a use case, a document that it is available. If you can take a look at it, and it describes all of the different criteria of eligibility with the technical requirements. So this is an important part of the contract because it's a contractual requirement. Of course, you need to comply with this criteria of eligibility when it comes to sustainability. And then we have a web tool, a web page that it's quite helpful to interpret and to see in a more visual way this criteria of eligibility for banks, for customers. It's a web tool which is open. You can take a look at it. And it's a good development because some criteria are very technical, and it's helpful to the intermediate to be able to download a test of the compliance when it comes to reduction of emissions or energy consumption. So these are tools that we believe are being very useful when it comes to implementing the warranty in real operations.
Yo creo que con esto voy a terminar lo que es la parte más de más técnica en cuanto a lo que es.
Here I talked about the EIF and the more technical part.
De solicitud.
And we will be speaking about the open process, that is the request process or application process. We have received applications from several sources, as the Commission's colleagues have said. This can be seen in the access to finance in the site, which entities commercialize sustainable guarantees in Spain. And right now, we are just starting new operations. We have an open procedures in which financial entities, leasing companies that want to market this guarantee and finance sustainability operations with the EIF guarantee can do so. The bid is open. I believe that I will give the floor now to my colleagues. Financial advisory and as well as financial entities here represented.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Diego, for a very interesting presentation. I think it explained very well the concept of the sustainability guarantee. So with this, I would like to go to the EIB, to European Investment Bank, and I'd like to introduce Frank Lee, who is the head of the Finance Intermediary Advisory Division at the European Investment Bank. He will provide a presentation about the InvestEU advisory, in particular on the Green Gateway. So, Frank, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Sorry, I'm just trying to get through Diego's multiple slides there, which he didn't finish presenting. Right, there I am. Hopefully I look the same. Got the glasses on. Right, so I work for the European Investment Bank's advisory services. And as Astrid was mentioning previously, we're also working very closely with the European Commission, particularly under this flagship instrument that we call InvestEU. And within InvestEU, there is an advisory program called the InvestEU Advisory Hub. And that is a program that we manage a relatively large proportion of on behalf of the Commission, and obviously on our own behalf, as EIB also contributes a small amount to it. And in the advisory services, we work also very closely, of course, with our EIF colleagues in our sister organization. And I'll touch on that a little bit later as I talk about the various tools. Just picking up on the conversation that we had in the previous panel, and it was fairly obvious that this is a complex environment that we're talking about. It's complex primarily because it's new, I suppose, because it's changing all the time. And it's something that we obviously identified quite early on in the process, since we are, as an EU institution, quite heavily involved in these discussions. And in fact, all the way back in 2017, we decided to try and increase the level of green financing, particularly through our intermediated lending operations. So what do I mean by intermediated lending? This is where we provide financing as EIB to intermediaries, being mainly banks, but not only. So any kind of financial intermediary that then channels on our funding, which is relatively cheap funding, onto smaller projects. And obviously, the majority of that is going to small and medium-sized enterprises, which is really the topic of today. And the idea, as we announced, and we announced ourselves as the climate bank of the European institution, and therefore we felt we had to obviously increase our volume of climate lending. We have obviously a target over the next 5 to 10 years to obviously increase the level of that. And in fact, we are exceeding our targets, which is good news. In terms of meeting those targets, one of the key products, let's say, is the intermediated lending, because as Astrid said, a lot of the activity in Europe and in the economy of Europe is undertaken by SMEs, and a lot of the greening will therefore happen through this market segment. And therefore, we try to encourage more what we call green components of this intermediated lending. We started off with working with banks with relatively small amounts, say 10% of the loan we said would go into green activities, and we've tried to gradually over the years increase that percentage. And in some cases now we actually have 100% green component loans, where obviously the entire amount that we're funding is going into green. And what do I mean by green? Because again, as you've highlighted in the previous discussion, green means different things to different people. We like to talk about the various shades of green. But for us, green as EIB is in line with our climate and environmental sustainability guidelines, which are fortunately very much in line as well with the EU's taxonomy, etc., etc. I'll come back to that point in a little while. So in trying to increase the level of green components of our intermediated lending, we realized that the banks needed a bit of support. Some banks were obviously very advanced in this area, needed very little support. But the majority of banks, actually, we found really were starting out quite fresh. And I'm talking about 2017, 2018, so this was already quite some time ago. So in order to try and help them, we devised an advisory package, which we call the Green Gateway. And this was funded by the European Commission under the old advisory hub, which was part of the so-called Juncker plan, and is now being continued under the InvestEU advisory hub. So what is the Green Gateway? And I would encourage you simply to visit the EIB Green Gateway website, which is an open access website that anyone can look at. But essentially, it's a program that consists of two main components. One is a series of online tools, which includes a very specific tool, and I'll talk about in a minute, called the Green Eligibility Checker. But on that, this is work in progress, on this website you will also see reference to various EU learning materials. We have an EU library as such, e-learning library, and we are also introducing a series of webinars through that process in order to reach out to a wider group of intermediaries that are working with us. And in fact, we have a webinar already coming up on Thursday next week, which is targeting all the intermediaries of the EIF's sustainability guarantee product that Diego was mentioning. We have already 600 people registered for that event, so you can see that the interest in learning about the taxonomy and how it will be applied and how we apply specifically the InvestEU eligibility criteria is going to happen. The webinars are structured sector by sector, starting with energy efficiency in buildings, and there will be more coming through the course of the year. So we have these online tools. And in the second component of the Green Gateway program is essentially what we call bilateral advisory support. So this is where specific intermediaries come to us and ask for tailor-made advice and support on some specific topic that's obviously of interest and strategic to them as an individual bank. And we have today a colleague from Santander who will present to you, talk a little bit about their experience in working with us, but also obviously working with EIB and EIF. And this is a case of a specific bilateral advisory support. So this is just again a snapshot of all the online programs and tools and help desk. I'll actually just touch on this middle one mentioned here, help desk. What we found as the products are being rolled out, particularly the EIF's sustainability guarantee tool, is that we are getting lots of questions on eligibility, as you would expect. Diego mentioned this so-called use case document. This is the document that defines what is eligible for support under the sustainability guarantee tool. It's not a short document, and it's not that easy to read. And what we've tried to do is to essentially turn that 40 or 50-page document into an online tool coupled with a help desk. And the help desk is designed to actually answer the questions of our intermediaries as quickly as we can. Of course, it's never that quick because the questions we get are extremely complicated and detailed, but we do our best, consulting with our experts in-house and with our consultants to try and come back with an answer on how these things are being interpreted. Let me just turn a little bit to I suppose, the flagship tool that we have. In fact, there's three of them, online tools. The first one, as you see on the left, is what we call the EIB Green Eligibility Checker. So this was something that we started to develop all the way back in the 2017, 2018 ideas, actually at the request of our colleagues in DG FISMA, who asked us to develop some sort of package and tool that could help banks understand the taxonomy. And the tool is a relatively sophisticated tool. It took us 2 years to develop with consultants. And essentially, the tool is designed to do two things. One is it checks the eligibility of a particular project. And we're talking about it has the capacity to handle around 45 separate types of projects in categories like agriculture, industry, transport, renewables, building renovations, etc. Not only does it give you an indication of whether it's eligible for EIB financing or not, but it also, in some cases, gives you, as Diego mentioned, an assessment of the impact of the particular investment that you're doing. So based on a series of questions about the type of project you're doing, the tool actually gives you an answer in terms of what are the expected energy savings or carbon reduction that might come from that particular investment. And this is particularly useful for the market in terms of trying to quantify the impact of what's actually going on. So not only does it tell you if it's eligible or not, it also tells you, in some cases, whether what the level of savings are expected to be. Now, using all of that development experience, we actually then worked with our colleagues in the EIF and with our colleagues in the Commission to develop a very similar tool for the EIF Sustainability Guarantee instrument that Diego mentioned. And this is called the EIF Sustainability Guarantee Tool. There you go, relatively simple name. And again, you can find all of these tools if you simply search for Green Gateway. Again, open access tool available to anyone. And this tool takes it one step further. It takes our green eligibility checker and items that we regarded as green and it adds a number of additional measures which we call sustainable. And this obviously comes back to the previous panel discussion about transition finance, moving, ever increasing, I suppose, those types of projects that will fit within the ultimate green bubble that we want to have in the future. And this, of course, includes a number of SME investment categories. So SMEs, for example, that have been awarded a sustainability or an environmental award, for example, certification of some form or another, etc., etc. These are items which, unfortunately, we cannot today consider as EIB green or in fact, as fully taxonomy compliant, but nevertheless are clearly moving in the direction of sustainability and ultimately, hopefully, will be green. And it also includes a number of other sustainability measures, including, for example, accessibility, just to address one of the questions from the audience previously around actually including specifically investments that help the population, let's say, that are physically impaired, accessibility in terms of wheelchair access, etc., etc. So this is a category that's also specifically covered within this broader definition of sustainability. And so the tool is obviously being rolled out, and we are doing webinars, etc., to educate the market on how the eligibility can be applied and assessed, etc. But we realize that this is a constantly evolving process. It's something that we are learning new things about every day. And we use our bilateral advisory assignments in a way to get feedback from the market about what are the things that banks are worried about, what are the new developments that they need to work on, etc. The tools, by the way, are available in 6 languages, including Spanish, so good news for the audience today. And the last but not least tool is a tool that we've developed very recently, last year in fact, which is called the Green Guide for Fund Managers. And this is a relatively similar tool, a little bit less sophisticated, but it's designed to help with equity investment. It's designed to help fund managers making equity investment into new technological green investments. So you can imagine that we do not have sophisticated tools that can measure impact, for example, of new technologies. But it does help fund managers to determine the types of investments that fit within the EIB group's sustainability guidelines and helps them to determine, in a way, these sort of Section 8 and Section 9 requirements that were mentioned earlier. Last information really is in terms of where we think we will go next. We obviously are constantly looking at what's happening in the market, trying to get feedback in terms of what new areas do we need to develop, what new sectors do we need to develop tools for. We hope that these tools will, and let's say the definitions, we would hope in the long term would become a European standard definition, which would hopefully make it much easier for the capital markets, for example, to classify green loans, for example, in a consistent way across the EU, which will hopefully mobilize things like green securitizations, green bonds, obviously that was talked about, where the tool can hopefully be used to identify a common set of underlying projects that are, relatively diligently assessed in a practical way, which I think was a real big discussion point of the last panel. How do we make this practical? And we hope that obviously we can continue to work with you and the market to overcome this challenge of implementing the taxonomy. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Frank, for the presentation. I think that with the EIB and the IF presenting what is available for financial intermediaries, now we can zoom in and put on the stage the experience of a financial intermediary. We have the pleasure to have Oscar Mendez here, who is the head of the public sector relations at Santander, and he will tell us about his experience with the products. Oscar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Armando. First of all, thank you. I would like to thank the European Commission for the invitation to participate in this panel in representation of Banco Santander. La Comisión Europea me ha pedido hablar de los dos
The European Commission asked me to talk about these two
implementando en las
subjects and all the experience in everything we are implementing, as well as the guarantee with the advisory project that we signed last year
con el Banco Europeo de Inversiones y
with the European Investment Bank
en el marco del Green Gateway,
within the Green Gateway framework.
un advisory, un asesoramiento bilateral.
This is a bilateral advisory
Un equipo
that is updated every X months by a selected group of consultants.
Para el banco, el objetivo último es apoyar a las instituciones financieras que estamos intermediando productos de
We want to support financial, the interpreter apologizes, but the sound is really low.
Dentro del ámbito de elegibilidad del Banco Europeo de Inversiones,
Within the scope of eligibility of the EIB,
mid-caps.
with special attention to SMEs and mid-caps.
Desde
The services include
recomendaciones
analytical reports, recommendations, developments of manuals and tools, as well as
actividades de formación. Se me está descolocando esto.
training activities. I'm so sorry, the microphone is flying away. And workshops for
Capacidades de original.
bank employees. And it is geared toward increasing capabilities to develop new products, eligibility screening, as well as drawing up the reports required by the IEB. These are the following lines of work.
Reunión
What we did was hold an initial meeting with the expert groups here in the bank, in the EIB, and consultants to define a work plan that was adapted to the needs of the bank
entregas,
with a series of deadlines.
donde hemos puesto el foco. En primer lugar, en un
What did we focus on? First of all, we studied the Spanish market to understand the financing needs of companies in a number of the sectors that we had identified as a priority. Public policies, normatives, norms or strategies that are guiding the decarbonization of these sectors.
tienen las empresas para
Which obstacles, which challenges are in the way of green financing? Which investment in technologies will require more financing demand in the next few years? And a series of recommendations to close it off,
estrategia comercial en esos.
to draw up our commercial strategy in these sectors.
El equipo de
We also asked the consultants team to work
oferta de financiación
to map all of the financing, green financing supply in the Spanish market from public as well as private entities. We did a cross-cutting analysis in the agribusiness sector to understand the demands in several sectors.
que realicen diversas guías para apoyar la
We asked them to draw up guidelines for financing guides
y los clientes.
and facilitating communication between branches and clients
Consideramos que son
about what kind of investments do we consider a priority.
muy importante. También les hemos pedido
Most importantly, we also asked them to conduct a comparative study of the EU taxonomy,
criterios
the green window, the IEB, eligibility criteria, and then
de grupo
our own taxonomy at a group level
exactamente alineados
to identify where exactly are we aligned, and also
donde
where could we most use the recommendations? Where did they find gaps in these three taxonomies?
consultores pues para
We're also
adoptar algunos programas que tenemos ya firmados.
asking for the support of these experts in
Estamos
help in these projects. And as the finishing touches, we also had some training sessions about the pre-investment eligibility criteria, EU taxonomy,
en la banca una formación específica sobre el green check,
asset markets, banks,
sobre las
green checker training, and also the technical possibilities
herramienta
of
propios
tool integration with our own banking systems.
Eso no se ha concluido, pero sí.
This is a work in progress, it's not done. But I think it will have a very positive impact when it comes to developing products and increasing our own capacity. The second element that I wanted to talk about is our EIF sustainability guarantee experience.
No me voy a centrar en las primeras slides.
Diego's introduction was perfect, so I won't delve into that. But I'll give you some more content, really. Let's talk about the challenges of the program itself.
Es súper complejo.
We like the product, but it's so complex. It's very complex.
Todas las entidades financieras que participan.
Firstly, financial entities participating in the program must assure that all of the transactions comply with 9 eligibility criteria and 3 in terms of transaction.
Los criterios de elegibilidad temáticos.
Some of the eligibility criteria go by subject. So there's the level of sustainability companies or sustainable products. We also must control that the portfolio complies with a series of limits. There is a maximum volume guaranteed that limits the percentage of operations that we can do without a rating or with rating agencies.
Deuda subordinada, ¿no? Además, hay otros retos, ¿no? Entender correctamente.
We also have other challenges, truly understanding the concept of guarantees, the use case document mentioned by Diego. A few technical things are quite complex. We also have to keep very extensive digitized documents. We have to digitalize about 22 different documents per transaction signed with the client.
Hemos visto que las operaciones.
We noticed that
es una SPV.
Some operations have an SPV as the end client.
De la pyme o de la small mid-cap, de manera que.
And where the sponsor is an SME or SMC. And so we had potential operations of recyclable companies that we had to let go. And because they had a structure that didn't have a recourse for the sponsor. Some hydrogen projects were not eligible. And finally, the last challenge is the management of the sub-buckets, because truly, the product is very geared toward climate operations. We have electrical mobility, among others, or sustainable ones, but truly, we find many operations in other scopes, sustainable companies, natural resource management, etc., etc. And there we can only allocate 30% of the portfolio. Having said that, what are we doing to address the challenges and difficulties? Firstly, in Spain, we decided to not implement the product through the network due to its complexity. We find support in experts that to support SMEs that are geared towards sustainability. And also, for some operations, we do have an audit firm that reviews the eligibility and its operations to give us some feedback then. Front office teams and monitoring teams are helping us with some ad hoc consultations to better understand the guarantees agreement signed. In terms of some operations that we saw, the client has an activity that is understood as restricted as per the contract. But we understand that the business model, as well as the investment, is sustainable. And so we have done some consultations to better understand this. And lastly,
cartera donde revisamos
we hold meetings where we review all the operations that the front office teams are creating.
debate en esa reunión regular
And in that meeting, we discuss which operations should be included or excluded from the pipeline.
consumo de los límites que he comentado
And depending on the consumption and the limits that I have previously mentioned,
que se requiere antes
this comes before
por los diferentes comités.
transactions through the several committees, risk committees, before the approval. Having said that, we do like the product, right? I mean, it is complex, but we like it. It has a very positive impact in supporting the companies toward a low carbon economy. We are accelerating our business plans thanks to this, and we are having access to more financing and with more flexible conditions than standard and traditional financing in terms of deadlines and payment. The collaboration with IEF is helping us facilitate marketing of products. We are boosting industrialization. We are helping SMEs to leverage this kind of growth opportunities. We have many opportunities in terms of circular economy,
Energías renovables, de
renewables, financings,
recursos naturales, de agricultura,
sustainable use of natural resources,
movilidad.
sustainable companies, and electrical mobility.
Un producto complejo, pero que
So it's a complex product, but it has a transformative impact. Unblocking green financing for SMEs and small mid caps, we're not only contributing to economic growth and job creation, but we are also shaping a more sustainable future and better for the citizens of the European Union. Well, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was an excellent presentation, very honest. This is the purpose of today's event, to share practices on the ground, and I think we learned a lot from this. And with this, we go to the last panel. We are running a bit late with this session. We are going to the last panelist, who is Mr. Xavi Pinoza, who is a co-founder of Caribou, a company that also produces paper cups like these ones. Caribou has used the Santander Sustainability Guarantee, so he will report to us about his experiences from a company point of view. So, Xavi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Armando. Good morning, everyone. Well, this is the most difficult slot of the morning, the one just before the break, so don't worry, I'll make it short, okay? Well, yeah, indeed, we are the result of all this, and we are happy to be. Today, I am thrilled to introduce you to Caribou. Caribou is a company that my father and I created back in 2020, together with a group of people that are the key elements of this journey. At Caribou, we are creating the new generation of packaging, food packaging. You have to understand that we have a really big impact on the planet. Whatever we do, it is always happening. And we detected that something needed to be done. So let's go for the first question of all. Why? Why are we doing this? And look at these figures that you have in the screen. I know that you know that this is alarming. We have the biggest challenges of all, unprecedented challenges. Humankind has to take action, otherwise there's no future. There's no future. For the past 70 years, the plastic industry has generated 9.2 tons of plastic, 9.2 billion tons of plastic. And only 7.6% of those have been recycled. And for some cases, for products that we use for 10 minutes only. Paper cups the legacy ones, the traditional ones, the 99.9% that you have out there, they contain a plastic lamination. So we understood that something had to be done. But when you think in what are the materials that can get rid of plastics or compete with plastics, it's a fundamental question. We need to understand what is out there in the nature that we can use to get rid of plastics. Because plastics, at the end of the day, they are great. They provide really unique properties, mechanical properties to protect our food, to maintain it, to enlarge shelf life, and it's cheap. Can be thermoform, injected. So it's not evident. And we detected that cellulose-based materials, or cellulose itself, it's a copolymer, a natural copolymer, that we find in many different places in nature. We find it in trees, but we also find it in rice straw, waste of the agriculture extraction of rice, which is, by the way, a big challenge, how to use this, or how to get rid of this. So cellulose is everywhere, but the point of cellulose is that it's not like plastic. It doesn't behave like plastic, so it has to be enhanced. Their properties, that they have to be hacked somehow, with natural elements only, of course, otherwise we are at the same spot, okay? So we set up a goal internally. We said, okay, we believe this can be done. So let's set up an ambitious goal for us. It's to reduce by 2030 150,000 tons of plastics and the equivalent of 500,000 tons of CO2 emissions. This was the biggest statement that we did at the very beginning. It's not a long time ago, as you know. It all started in 2020. Something that it was really evident for us is that we could not be one of those startups that rely only on market capitalization. So we focused from the beginning on how are we going to generate free cash flow here? How are we going to be or have the muscle from our customers, not from our investors? We need to set up a clear path. Otherwise, we rely on the markets, we rely on cycles. This was pivotal when I will come back to this later, when we did our great job with Santander and EIF. So we assembled a team of great minds with even greater determination, and we did it. And we built a cup, created a cup without the plastic lamination. And if you think about it, it's not that evident, because when you put some hot water here or coffee or whatever, if there's plastic, it's evident. I mean, we all understand that, okay? And to seal this, you just apply heat to plastic and it melts, so it's bulletproof. But if there's only paper, how can we do that? So we re-engineered machinery that is designed to be with plastics. We try to understand the fundamentals in chemistry of what's going on here. And we did it. We created this range of products. So you see, we have created solutions for the traditional plastic single-use cup that we were very used to use in the past, even with certain amount of biodegradable plastics, that this is another story. Our solution is home compostable, is industrial compostable, it's biodegradable, it can be recycled, you can collect up, again, 99.52% of the fibers that we use. So it's without toxic materials, very important here, with no fluor or other toxic materials. And all this is certified, of course. We are talking about sustainability here, and I think there's a big importance on certification bodies, independent bodies that certificate what you say. Otherwise, everybody can say anything, you know? So these are the numbers. We started in 2021. Our turnover, we received the first machinery in 2021. And then on that year, we did 1.5 million revenues. The next year, 2022, was 8.75. 9.63 in 2023, 14 million we expect this year, and a big growth on the 2025. And you see a clear path of financial strength. We are 92 people today, and thanks to this equation, Fondo Smart, EIF, we can develop this, we can scale it up. That's what it is all about. When you have the thing, you need to scale it. And to me, it is, I'm going to explain a little bit the experience of all of this process here. I think that Banco Santander, through Smart Fund, made a clear winning bet, because they detected that you need to understand companies in a different way, not only the traditional financial past statements of the company, which is quite limitative. If you do a really good analysis on the investment side as an investor, so you try to understand the dynamics of the market, you try to understand the value proposition of the company, and you try to understand projections rather than history, then you have a winning solution here. And thanks to the EIF with the guarantee, the combination of both it's been pivotal for us. It's been crucial. And I think this is the way to go. Different kind of analysis, a more complete analysis of the companies. Because I've seen several things in the market, like banks doing big bets on plastic companies thanks to their very good history, but not looking properly at what's going on in the next couple of years, right? So we all want this. We all want this binomy of agents here. We export to 14 countries in Europe. These are some of the brand owners that want our product. We needed to balance our capability of production with their needs, and to scale the operations to fulfill their demand was the key point of our approach to Smart Fund and EIF. So this is the group of warriors next to me, helping shape this future, this better future. And I want to add something to finish. It is difficult for everybody. For us, it is really difficult. Every day we have many, many challenges. I cannot name it here. But with the determination of this group of people and myself, I can assure you that this is just the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Xavi. I think this is an excellent way, with a nice message to finish this session. We have covered everything. We still have some time for some questions before a well-deserved break. So I see there is a question there.
Thank you very much for the presentations. My name is Adriana Rodriguez, and I work at Climate Strategy and Partners. We're a policy advisory firm based here in Madrid, and we're working with some group of stakeholders on the clean tech sector that have noted that the EIF guarantees are small, and we have identified that there is a need for 2.5 billion euros in manufacturing guarantees to free up cash in escrow against clean tech product performance to ensure the most innovative companies can grow as fast as the EU climate objectives. So my question is, will the EIB launch a new guarantee to free up warranties and buyers' cash for small clean tech companies? Thank you.
Maybe I can try and address this. We had a very similar discussion. Oops, let me just take my headphones off because I'm hearing myself double. We launched actually a very relevant instrument in the last few months called as part of what we call the WIN package, which is essentially to share risk with banks on on the supply chain in wind manufacturing sector to help with performance risk. What you're saying, it sounds very similar. We anyway work also with banks a lot, not only through the EIF products, which are obviously more designed for smaller projects, but also with the EIB, with banks for larger types of projects, including mid-caps, larger mid-caps. So this may be relevant to what you're looking for. I mean, obviously not knowing the details, but feel free to reach out to us. Fernando here in the front row is our local representative, so he's probably the best guy to talk to. Hang on.
Of course, the market's developed with different financing practices, and we're adapting ourselves. So apart from everything that has been mentioned for these entities, I remind you that in the presentation I talked about the Innovation Investment Fund, which is great. It's a fund with 10 million euros to support this kind of companies. All of the phases are very well set on how to evaluate the projects, the initial stage, and to give a response. It's true that you have to fill in some reports which are quite extensive, but you can receive a quite big amount of money in a non-reimbursable quantity, up to 15 million euros of financing in the shape of capital. That's mean money that you have to give back by different dividends. So we're adjusting ourselves, and we will maybe develop some guarantees so that they can receive different money for this kind of projects. I do have a question. I don't know if I can just ask it. Yeah. Thank you, Oscar, for telling us about your experience. We've been many years for working on this, and it's a pleasure to see the positive side and also the negative side of this. So, as we also have a company here that has benefited from this, so maybe you can speak a little bit more about how to ease this access to financing, not only by the credits through the Banco Santander. How do you make the costs easier, like warranties? Is there, for example, an average? Because a weighted average, for example, because I understand that this credit fund, it's something that you have to take in mind. Yeah, this is thought to improve the financing conditions of the end customer. It's not only the cost. I mean, the cost is clear. There's a direct transfer to the access of the credit, and it's substituted by the cost of the warranty. So there's always an automatic benefit and direct benefits, and it has to be there. So it's those famous documents that you said that we have to fill in and present to the European Fund. And it has a big impact, depending on the final price of the operation, the kind of customer, the credit profile. But there's always a direct benefit for the client when it comes to cost. But there's other benefits. Maybe financing not only in price, but with this guarantee, we can finance bigger amounts. With this standard financing, if we didn't have this coverage, we can give, for example, longer dates or longer deadlines. We can modify the payment structures depending on the projects. With a traditional standard financing, maybe that wouldn't be possible. So there are some improvements for the customers that participate in these programs.
We have time if there is one last question. Otherwise, we have a break now. Dear participants, welcome back to the EU Sustainable Finance Day for Spain. After the break, we will have very interesting sessions ahead of us. For those attending physically here, I hope you found the EIB stand, which is displaying interactively the features of the green checker. I start with the next session, which is very interesting and will be followed also by a keynote speech by Elena Vines-Viestas. But in the next 30 minutes, we are going to focus on the support and advice which is provided by the Enterprise Europe Network through the Sustainability Advisors to business on sustainable finance. So the first speaker, without losing much time, is Jesus Rojo Gonzalez, who is the head of the European Programs and Technology Transfer Unit on Foundation Madrid, the Enterprise Europe Network here in Madrid in Spain. So Jesus will tell us more about his experience with the EN Sustainability Advisors. So, Jesus, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I want to start and thank you, DG Grow, for the invitation. We feel like a bit outsider with these participants because we are more the supporters and the people who advise and support SMEs, in this case in Madrid, but also in Spain and European level. I'm the head of unit of European Programs and Technology Transfer at Madrid Master Foundation, and I'm the coordinator of the Enterprise Europe Network in Madrid. The Enterprise Europe Network provides different kind of services, and I'm going to present some of them, and I will be focused on the sustainability services we provide to our clients, the SMEs. The Enterprise Europe Network is the world's largest support network for innovative SMEs with international ambition. We help SMEs to go further their barriers. The network is composed by more than 40 countries, EU members, associated countries, and third countries, and it's growing constantly through an open call. The network is also composed by more than 400 institutions, Chamber of Commerce, innovation agencies, foundations, business associations that provide different kind of services for free to any SME, a startup, a spin-off, or SME with international ambitions. We are present in 5 continents, and as you can see, we have different nodes in Asia, in Africa, Latin America, and North America. And we provide the same services with the same approach and the same methodology. In Spain, we cover the entire country with 9 consortiums. Here we have 2 representatives from Andalusia and from Madrid. And we are different institutions providing free services to SMEs in many related actions. In Madrid, we are 5 institutions. Madrid Master is the coordinator. We are a public foundation from the Regional Ministry of Education, Science and Universities. And we provide specialized services that I'm going to present now. The network has an approach on the client-centric approach. The client is our priority, and we go together with them in a client journey, and we understand them. We provide services, partner services, advisory services in any aspect they would need in order to internationalize their activity. We provide tailored services according with their needs. And we offer our expertise, from local expertise to regional, national, and international expertise. And as I repeat, all the Enterprise Europe Network services are for free for any entity, any company interested in this kind of services. What kind of services we are offering? We are offering innovation management services, resilience, access to EU single market, business partnering, digitalization, internationalization, and access to finance. I think this event is a very good opportunity to collaborate with all of you, because we are not used to work with financial and bank entities, because we used to offer access to finance, mainly public funding from different programs and calls to SMEs. And I think this is a good opportunity to build a win-win situation. You have the expertise on the private finance, and we have the expertise and we have the clients that maybe can ask for these funds and funding and finance that we saw today. And the last service is the sustainability services. Since 2020, we are helping SMEs to transition to a more sustainable business model with a range of services. We understand the priorities of the Commission. The Enterprise Europe Network is co-funded by the Commission through the DG GROW and is managed by the ISMEA. ISMEA is the European Innovation Council an SME executive agency. So we are the executors of the EU policy. So now we understand the importance of the green transition and also the importance of the growth of the SMEs. So we provide different services and activities in order to create the awareness of the green transition and sustainability into the companies. We support companies in different activities. We teach them about the 2030 agenda. We try to prioritize with them the impact of including sustainability activities in their daily activities, in the productive activities. Also, we try to define which sustainable development goals are affecting them and what is the situation that the SMEs needs to improve. And also we implement customized services for free for them. So here, this is an example of what we are doing here in Madrid. We are creating awareness. We are training companies. Actually, we organize a training platform on sustainability. This year is the 8th edition of this platform. It's an online platform of 30 hours of training. And also this year, we are launching a new training platform on the corporate sustainability report directive. So this is something that in the beginning of this event, they present. There are many challenges, many barriers that the companies need to overcome. And the first step is training and awareness. We need to train companies to inform them the repercussions and also the opportunities to include sustainability in their activities. We provide sustainability status report, and we organize and we set up a customized services for them. And here you can see 4 main services: access to finance, public and private funding and finance, consulting services, mentoring. Companies need guidance and need mentoring schemes to improve and include sustainability in their activities. And also we provide this initial action plan with an advanced action plan, and finally a global plan. So I think it's important to get know each other. We are here to help you to contact companies and also to create awareness about the importance of sustainability in our companies. Here, some activities. We are providing mentoring, counseling regarding many aspects on sustainability, carbon footprint, ISO certification, diversity plan, EU taxonomy, and SDG metrics. We provide consulting services in different duration, and we go together with the company in this client journey because they need us and we need them also. And finally, we provide information, advisory on access to finance, and I think this event could be a starting point to collaborate with stakeholders like you that we usually don't work with you because banking and financial are sometimes quite far from us. Here you have our contact, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Jesus. It was very interesting to see and set the scene of these services which the EN is providing. And I would like now to give the floor to Lucia Diaz-Martin, who is responsible for European R&D Services International Technology Transfer in Andalusia Trade, who is an Enterprise Europe Network project manager. She will complement Jesus' presentation and provide an overview on the EN energy efficiency vouchers. So, Lucia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Armando. Good afternoon, everyone. So what I'm going to present today is an initiative that is carried out by the Enterprise Europe Network, but is mainly focused on providing financial support to SMEs to improve their energy efficiency. So this is an EU-funded project, also funded by DG GROW. Is linked directly to the Enterprise Europe Network, and you see in this slide the composition of the consortium that is running the project. So the project and the program, in a nutshell, is, as I mentioned before, is what we are doing or what we have done is to launch an open call for to fund SMEs on, as I mentioned before, on improving their energy efficiency. So we will fund at least 900 SMEs, but we are expecting at least 1,800 applications. As I mentioned before, the program is directly linked with the Enterprise Europe Network because all the SMEs that are going to apply to the open call need to receive support from Enterprise Europe Network Sustainability Advisors. We are going to work with the companies in order to implement a need assessment focused on improving the energy efficiency, and we will, together with the SMEs, elaborate an action plan focused on the main actions that are going to that will carry out the SMEs in order to reduce their energy consumption. So we have 9 million euros of total budget. As I said before, we will fund at least 900 SMEs. The rate of funding is going to vary. We are going to fund up to 10,000. So if a company requests 10,000 euros, the funding rate is going to be 100%. But if the rate is going to vary if they request, let's say, 15,000 euros. So you see here the timeline. The call opened last February and is going to close the 15th of May, so we still have time. We will implement the eligibility check up to the 14th of June. Then we will carry out a random selection process. That means that we are not going to evaluate the impact. We are not going to evaluate the quality or the excellence of the project because we are requesting that all the applications and all the companies need to reduce at least 5% on their energy consumption. So the only thing that we are going to check is their eligibility. And then we will carry out this random selection process up to the 21st of June. And we estimate that we will be able to sign all the grant agreements by mid-July in order to provide the SMEs the opportunity to start implementing their activities. The end of the activities is open, but they will need to report the implementation of their activities at least or not later than July 2025. The general eligibility criteria, I'm laughing because this is nothing compared with the previous eligibility criteria that have been mentioned before with other financial instruments this morning. So we only have 3, not anymore. We have 3 eligibility criteria. So the call is focused for SME. So if a company is not an SME, they cannot apply. They must be based on the EU single market, on a country that is a part of the EU single market program, and they need to have an action plan as a result of the need assessment implemented by the Enterprise Europe Network Sustainability Advisor. One thing that is important is that the SME needs to be registered and operative at least from the 1st of January 2023, because this is an European initiative, it's a pilot action, so one of the things that we want to do is to measure the impact of the grants on the SMEs. So we really need to know, we really need to have a comparative framework of the operating firm. What are the eligible activities, or what is going to be funded by this program? Investment, the company can request investment on technologies, on software that is going to measure their energy consumption, or the implementation of renewable energy, sources of energy, etc., etc. Also consultancy, and also they can request money in order to improve their skills or to implement training programs within their companies. A mix of activities is also allowed, so I could request, let's say, money for consultancy and also for investment as a result of the consultancy that the company is going to implement. As I mentioned before, the funding is not going to exceed 10,000 euros, but the investment of the company can exceed it. It's mandatory that the company needs to have an impact at least of the 5% of reduction of their energy consumption. And also what I mentioned before about the company being operative. And with this call, we also want to achieve some targets. So ideally, there's going to be a balance on the SMEs that are going to be funded. So we will respect at 2% of SMEs in each European countries. At least 20% of the SMEs receiving funding need to be operating or implementing their activities in what is called an energy-intensive industry, and then 50% of the SMEs will undertake business process innovation or sustainability, improve or enhance the sustainability, and others, the 25%, needs to improve their digital skills. The outcome, as I mentioned before, is a 5% reduction, but it's not mandatory that this reduction needs to be on the company. It can be on one of the department, a building, a specific production line, or an equipment, or a single activity. And since I'm passing my time, this is the application process. It's really easy. If you are an SME, you need to contact with the Enterprise Europe Network, and we will explain you all the application process. But mainly is you contact us, we implement the need assessment, we carry out the action plan, and we will guide you through all the application process that is not other than going to this platform and implement the application form that takes around 30 minutes. Then that's all from my side. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I will be really happy to answer them after the presentation of my colleague.
Thank you very much, Lucia. And finally, we have the experience of Clue Technologies, who is a company that uses the Enterprise Europe Network services. So, Jon Gonzalez Seguilitz, Head of Innovation and Strategic Development at Clue Technologies, will tell us about his experience with this. Jon, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, members of the European Commission, members of the EEN, and esteemed guests. I'm here in representation of Clue Technologies. Clue is a high-tech SME. We've talked a lot about SMEs and their purpose on the green transition. Though I like to acknowledge that there's real burdens and concerns with resource management and access to finance, I would also like to say that if there's a will, there's a way. So in this sense, Clue has been working with the EEN on several sustainability efforts, and I'd like to showcase them to you. So first of all, I'd like to showcase Clue and show you where we come from. We were born in Malaga. We made 10 years last year, which for the aerospace sector in which we work, it's basically like a newborn. We are based in Malaga, Andalusia, here in Spain, but we also have a very prominent office here in Madrid. And we basically build solutions for artificial intelligence issues that are coming to aerospace industry, especially with the focus on safety and critical applications of these solutions. So I would like to state that sustainability is not our core business. It's a choice to pursue sustainability within our business. So basically what we do is build computers, and embedded computers that run on advanced aircraft. And in that sense, we build basically by size, weight, and consumption the world's most powerful embedded computers. What is this for? Well, we are able to cover the complete integral cycle of our products. We are actually the only integral provider of avionics in Spain. We do everything with a very complete team, which we are close to 100 employees, and basically cover hardware, software, mechanical design. We have our own manufacturing facilities that are acknowledged as state-of-the-art Industry 4.0. We implement state-of-the-art waste management. We are paperless, etc. And we basically built this family of embedded computers that go airborne in aircraft. Most of the applications we do is for acceleration of AI solutions in aircraft concerning safety, autonomy, maintenance, etc. But like I said, there's a choice, and there's a choice to pursue also business that is sustainable and that has sustainable objectives. In this sense, for example, one of our earliest international projects was actually within the Horizon Europe Research and Development Program, the Clean Sky 2 joint undertaking, where we focus on delivering more power-efficient systems for small aircraft that can provide more resilient towards and greener aircraft and air mobility. We also have several projects, for example, with solar aircraft that we are trying to pursue as of right now. One of our main current solutions is an integrated health management system. This what aims to do is basically process in real time the status of every system within an aircraft, and we can preview when the change is needed, so we don't have to do preemptive maintenance, but we can do it once the key part needs to be changed. So this extends the cycle of life of every single part and reduces waste. We also have several projects concerning, of course, AI and autonomous systems. We are working, for example, in initiatives toward the future air taxi and urban air mobility initiatives towards a greener and more efficient cities. And also we are working on critical systems for offshore facilities, such as air generation. And now concerning our efforts, what we've basically done, Clue has been not so long ago a micro SME. Now we are transitioning to a mid-sized SME, and all our efforts have been inbound on our company from the beginning, but now we wanted to put this on a real action plan that we can execute for the next few years and that we can continually upgrade. We've been very proactive in this sense. We've been actually developing, for example, equality plans and sustainability plans way before we were legally bounded to do them. And there's a lot of benefits that this brings. Also to employees. We employ a lot of, well, we believe a lot on the work from home, flexibility, and work-life balance. Because there's an issue with sustainability that I would like to also broadcast, and it's that it's not only green transition. There's a lot of key social and economic aspects that we must consider for a sustainable future. And we practice ethical business practices. What I mean with this is also that we try to convey our policies to our plethora of providers that we work with. And of course, community engagement and contribution, education, outreach, participation, such as the collaboration with the EEN. We actually have our own master's degree that we finance for free, for example, where we convey our expertise with our own employees. And that's another example of efforts that we do in this sense. So coming down to the service, we actually been working for a while with the EEN and the role of their expert advisors. They have helped us with basically establishing our circular business model, establishing and seeking key innovation technologies and paths that we can go throughout our business model, and helping us to establish a complete sustainability plan that takes a holistic approach to all the aspects within our company. And it's been a synergy of expertise. We've been working very close by to basically, from the beginning, to identify sustainable development goals, adapt them to our business model, and basically execute them in an action plan. So the process is actually very simple, but I would like to go through the steps. We started with initial guidance. Basically, we had to fill a questionnaire with them with information about our business model. And they basically gave us some information and some key aspects that we should cater within our sustainability plan. Once we executed and did the first draft, they did a lot of feedback reviews. And once we had a final plan, now we are working on refining. We publish it, and now we are even seeking further services from them as they are able to provide consultancy services from third party that can further improve our sustainability actions. So I would like to focus now on our own sustainability plan and showcase perhaps sort of a blueprint for other SMEs. One thing that is very important is to be supported by the heads of the company. This needs to be a company-wide effort, and that is embedded in the core of the technology business. Even though there's a lot of EU taxonomy right now, as we started working in this a long time ago, we first focused on the UN sustainability goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. So the effort that we did is to try to get both direct and indirect impact that affected our business within these SDGs, and provide actions within every single one of those SDGs. So for example, we cater to quality education. So as I said, we have our own master's degree. We cater to equality. We cater to, sorry, I passed the presentation too fast. To industry innovation and infrastructure, of course, that's the choice I talked about, especially when seeking new business. Reducing inequalities, we go beyond gender. We actually put and implement a complete equality plan that ensures equal opportunity for everyone at CLU. And also the quality life balance. That's very important for us. We have complete work from home policies. We have a lot of flexible hours for all of our employees. There's no exceptions. And we also promote the use of sustainable modes of transport. And because I'm over time, I just want to finish with that the scope needs to be company-wide. We implemented a plan for 5 years that is updated annually. And it's very important to make this holistic approach for all involved stakeholders. So within this, I want just to have 3 key takeaways. That is, like I said, if there's a will, there's a way. Green transition is more than just sustainable in the green environment. It's also social and economic impacts. And to take a holistic approach that concerns all your business model, your providers, and all the concerned stakeholders. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the 3 panelists. Since we are a bit right in time, I would suggest that the questions are taken later or during the lunch break, so that now we have the pleasure of having here a distinctive speaker who will be about to speak. In the meantime, I also invite the the speakers of the next panel to sit at the table. And I have the pleasure and the honor today to invite to the podium Ms. Elena Vines Fiestas, who is the Commissioner of the Spanish Financial Markets Authority and the Chair of the EU Platform on Sustainable Finance. So, Helena, we are very honored to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Armando. It's a real pleasure to be here today with all of you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And that's as much as my English is going to go, as I'm going to move back to the language of Cervantes. Muy buenos días, señoras y señores.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. About 6 years ago, the European Commission was introducing a game plan on sustainable financing in Europe. In my modest opinion, it was a response to something that was quite obvious and trite, which is, without the financial sector, there is no transition to speak out of. We have another obvious thing put on the table, which is that without SMEs, there will not be any possible transition. Here we are, gathered to discuss how to navigate this triple reality. First, yes, I have mentioned it, no transition without SMEs. SMEs aren't only the heart or the touchstone, the pillar of the economy in Europe, but they are paramount to pave the way towards a sustainable economy. Secondly, competitiveness of SMEs also needs to go through transition and digitalization. That is, it has to go through a double transition. And thirdly, their access to financing is going to depend and is going to be linked to the environmental performance that they have. Let's remind ourselves that SMEs depend on the banking sector, which is the main supplier of financing to SMEs, about 80%. And this banking sector, more often becomes subjects to external, outer pressures to decarbonize their portfolios and become more sustainable. We also must remember that many of those banks have committed voluntarily to those commitments and objectives to becoming net zero before 2050. This means that banks are requiring information in terms of sustainability ever more to their clients, including SMEs. However, speaking of sustainability and SMEs, I get the feeling that the debate and discourse is always focused on reporting, that is, broadcasting sustainability information. But let's be realistic. I mean, it is important, but it's just a means to an end. It's an intermediate step. And what's the goal? It's very simple. The goal is for SMEs to also get decarbonized, as well as transform their activities in activities that are much more sustainable. Why is this so important? It is very important for their future competitiveness. The interpreter apologizes, the screen is frozen.
El mercado, sus clientes demandan productos y servicios ecológicos.
The market and their clients are demanding ecological services with a lower carbon footprint. They're also receiving recommendations from big companies, which are receiving requirements from their suppliers. And it is essential for them to get to their own decarbonization goals and sustainability goals. When we observe SMEs individually, they do have a carbon footprint that is not very significant, but altogether, they represent almost 60% of the European carbon footprint. They are not only basic in the energy transition and decarbonization, but also when it comes to reaching the environmental European goals. For instance, we calculate that SMEs, once again, altogether, represent between 60 and 70% of waste and industrial pollution. What happens, however, when it comes to having access to financing? First of all, the platform about 3 months ago conducted a survey to 2,142 SMEs, exactly. What was the result of this survey? 58% of respondents invested in sustainable projects. We see differences according to sector, differences that are also very deep in terms of carbon footprint, which, for instance, with manufacturers or SMEs that work in transportation, they have a bigger footprint. However, these differences can be somewhat ignored if we focus on the most important sectors. Services, 51% here of companies in services, 54% commercial ones, and 58%, as I was saying, overall. Sorry. I lost my papers here. And so, we were talking about access to financing. Generally, up until now, access to financing has been considered a challenge by SMEs, but somewhat a secondary one that is not so important. It has a secondary role in the list of priorities after, for instance, such significant topics as qualified hiring or production costs or work costs, labor costs. However, when it comes to accessing specific financing for these investments and green projects, this is where the landscape changes and the outlook changes as well. Between the main hindrances, the SMEs face lack of concrete data on information concerning sustainability because the banks don't have them concerning SMEs, and also a lack of a harmonized definition at the European level about what truly is a green sustainable loan. What does it mean? The European Commission also conducted a survey in which it calculated that 9 to 10% of SMEs had access to a green loan in the last 2 years. What does this data say? Yes, people are interested in green loans. However, it still represents a niche part of the percentage. It becomes clear that the SME's transition shouldn't be an added cost. It should, on the other hand, create added value. In this dilemma, shall we say, in which we need this information on the part of SMEs, in which SMEs require this information, because let's not forget, whoever cannot manage what they can't measure cannot do it. I mean, they need information for their own transition. So what do we tell SMEs? What kind of metrics should they focus on? What subjects should they focus on? This is where we are. For that, the platform and the European Commission are developing a common strategy, which has as a goal to provide solutions for SMEs and what would help simplify their life in terms of access. And this is for listed as well as unlisted companies. I can share my personal vision with you. My personal view is that the answer starts and ends in taxonomy. That is, the taxonomy could be really useful as a starting point. Let's say that this strategy is a double-edged sword. So on the one hand, for the quoted companies, that is, giving quoted SMEs a series of tools, including orientations and streamlining reporting, and a few amendments for concrete criteria within the taxonomy to ease its implementation and reporting, which I remind you will be compulsory for quoted SMEs. On the other hand, for those that are unquoted or unlisted, we would base ourselves on a focus on activity. And from the kind of SME activity, which would be the kind of metric or main metrics that they should tackle. So it could be general loans, and when we're talking about concrete investments, for instance, investments in renewing or refurbishing the facilities or fleet renewal. In this case, we will have one or two metrics directly linked to the investment. Let me explain that a little bit. For instance, if we're talking about a building company, okay, so they're building a new building. What does the taxonomy say? That the two main impacts would be in mitigation and circular economy. Okay, so the taxonomy also says what are the criteria and metrics that are most important. How would this strategy change things? It would select the most important metric or most significant metric within the taxonomy. In this case, it would be mitigation or circular economy. If it were to generate electricity, it would be the grams of CO2 per kilowatt. Where is the threshold? It truly would focus and streamlined. What are the advantages of this kind of perspective? On the one hand, we would understand what the SME has to truly focus upon to decarbonize or at least mitigate its environmental impacts and also contribute to the EU demands. And also it would be directly related to what big companies are going to demand, the big companies that are a part of its value chain. And third point, the most interesting one, if that definition of green loans were directly related to this double focus. On the one hand, it could be this to eased or streamlined taxonomy for the quoted ones and for the non-quoted ones directly related to that main activity, these one or two metrics. And if it were for a green investment, the metric that is directly related to the metric.
So in fact, his proposal, it's aligned with the European Banking Authority that for the moment, it's a proposal.
¿Qué más necesitamos o considero que sería necesario para...
So what else do we need to support this proposal? It will be to develop a internet tool inspired in the green ticker of the European Investment Bank, which is very useful. For example, I am an SME. I could go and say, okay, what's my main activity? What do I need this consultation? Maybe for a loan, for an investment. So they would ask about several data and will give me the main ideas, the metrics, how to calculate this and how to measure it. And with this, I could say we could make very easy the job of the SMEs and the banks, and we could get this alignment that it's so necessary from the financial side and the SMEs. The last element I would like to highlight is that the platform expects to develop technical criteria for those activities that have an effect on the SMEs. For example, R&D, innovation, in which the SMEs are focused, especially venture capital and startups. And it was to reassure our commitment, the commitment of the European platform with the SMEs, and to do as much as possible to ease the transition of the SMEs and their access to green financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elena. I think we are very inspired by this presentation, and it gives a very good headroom for the final panel, which will be very interactive, and we will gather views from bankers and companies on sustainable finance. So I invite the speakers of the next panel to take the floor, and I hand over the moderation of this session to the Deputy Head of Unit for the Access to Finance Unit at DG Internal Market Industry Entrepreneurship and SMEs, Ulla Hudina. Ulla, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and señores y señoras, todos aquí.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants,
bienvenidos. Y para empezar,
welcome. And first of all, how many of you are working in banking here?
Come on. Casi mitad.
Bankers, more or less half. And SMEs, how many SMEs do we have here? Not many. Only one.
Uno más.
Whoa, 5. Okay, one more. Okay, so I'd like to use the language of Cervantes, as Elena said, not to make the interpreters confused. I'm going to use English to moderate, but you, as it is your language, please, if you want to continue in Spanish, you can do it.
With all of you, if you agree. And to present now all the speakers, you've met Helena and you've heard her keynote speech. So it's basically, she was setting now the ground for what in the Commission we are trying to do. In the opening part, Astrid, I don't know where is Astrid now sitting. Yeah, she's there. She announced the SME relief package, and this is basically our communication from last year when we said we committed as the Commission together with colleagues in DG FISMA that we will try to make it easier, to make it manageable for the SMEs to access sustainable finance. And this morning we heard about many challenges. We heard, even if I can use Frank's words, we are having different shades of green. So hopefully, while of course each and everyone can see green differently, hopefully we would be in the years ahead seeing green in a similar shade. That's the objection that we have. So not to be too long, it's the panel to listen to the bankers and the SMEs. Those few SMEs in the room, but I'm confident that lots of SMEs are listening us now online. Basically, the panel has been set that we have 2 bankers. We have 2 representatives of companies, meaning we have association of SMEs and we have a big company, corporates. So allow me now just to present my fellow speakers. And ladies, of course, first. Helena is here with her double hat. The first hat that we think it's very important is that she's the head of the European Platform on Sustainable Finance, but of course she's also with a prominent role here in Spain, Commission of the Spanish Financial Markets Authority. Then the other lady, it's Maya Ormazabal Herrero. She's Telefónica's Director of Environment and Human Rights, and she leads the company strategy on issues such as climate change, circular aspects of the company's sustainable financing initiatives, and the taxonomy reporting. And she has worked on environmental topics at Telefónica for 20 years. Then we have 2 bankers. We have Anthony Balabriga, Among many of his functions, there are really many, I would like to focus now on the three, which is his global head of sustainability intelligence and advocacy at the bank BBVA. He's also chair of the Sustainable Finance Expert Group at the European Banking Federation. That's the European head that he has. And he is also a member of the steering group at the United Nations convened Net Zero Banking Alliance, so even the global international head that you're wearing. And then the other banker is Severiano, there towards the end of the table. Severiano Solana Martinez. He has been global head of sustainability strategy and reporting on the Caixa Bank since March 2021. But he has over 20 years of experience in financial services, and he's also leading Caixa's strategic plan as well as maintaining the relationship with the ESG rating agencies in the bank. And then very pleased to have here also Francisco Vidal-Yuguero. He's Director of Economics and Sectoral Policies in Spanish Confederation of SMEs, to really get the majority view of the SMEs, of the Spanish SMEs. And last but not least, we have Peter Sweetman, who actually said that he's an SME even. He's the Chief Executive Climate Strategy Partner, a strategic consulting group in clean energy. Clean technology, innovation, and energy and efficiency. And he has spent more than 30 years in finance, of which 20 are climate finance and energy efficiency years. So let's go now. I've prepared basically 2 rounds of questions. The first round we will focus on, for all of the speakers, on their experience with the EU Sustainable Finance Framework, what we've said several times today, especially from the Commission perspective. We would like to hear the positive experience, but also lessons learned. I will not say now negative experience, but everything, all the challenges that we were hearing today in the morning part, we would like to hear it now from the bankers and from the companies. And this is the overall question for all of them, but of course I have basically sub-questions for them. And I will start with the 2 bankers now, especially with Anthony. Recently, well, on the LinkedIn actually, this is where I found your phrase. You commented that channeling sustainable businesses was above the target in your last year's annual report. And if we can hear your story now, tell us how your bank has been following the EU Sustainable Finance Framework, and whether in all these years of experience now that you've had, how you've been dealing with this, and whether you've had green loans, and under which conditions basically the companies can approach you to get such green loans.
Fantástico, Ula, y bueno, muchas gracias y
Thank you very much.
Here, y enhorabuena por la organización de estos.
Congratulations for the organization of this Finance Days in Madrid. It's a big success. Thank you for the Commission for this. First of all, I would like to share a more general evaluation of the framework of sustainable finance, enhancing this last 6 years and our experience with these challenges. Our evaluation is positive. The challenge was complex, but the framework has the correct ambition. It's an holistic approach, all of the things that must be approached. And I would like to underline some highlights. It's basically this criteria based on science. We believe it's very good advanced. It's very well advanced. Also, everything that has to do with disclosure, sustainability, the double materiality, the standards are challenging for the companies, but I think it's what we need. And even we believe that this is good for the enhancing of the banking sector. And some of the previous speakers said that we need to learn from the implementation. We need to understand that there's things that works and things that we need to solve somehow so that they are useful to mobilize our sustainable decisions in this transition. And this requires, in some cases, to simplify, to speak in a more pragmatic way. I am going to focus on 2 approaches. The first one has to do with the limitations of what we see in implementing the taxonomy in the banking activities, especially the use of proceeds, which is the requisites demanded, which are complex. And this generates that we are not able to operate to this criteria so that we can increase. Then we can also see the definition, which we think it's something that we can improve, maybe to break some asymmetries that there is still today. So some angles that we need to learn from this implementation so that it makes sense in the future. Here we celebrate as the Commission and the platform that they're opening dialogue channels with industry to understand what is happening, what it's not, and we believe there's an opportunity to learn and to improve. The other one, it's banking supervision. Here I want to highlight that it is important that we are all aware that this is a learning process, and possibly a sequential approach is going to be helpful. It's not going to be easy to incorporate sustainability in the risk management of a bank because it requires a very complex and holistic approach and requires time, and the supervisor and us, we're learning. So I think this entails a constructive approach to see how to tackle the talents. And then we need more clarity in the transition. It's one of the topics that are to be solved in this framework, how to address not only the sustainable entities, but more holistic point of view of the transition. And here is the plans. We're going to need some coordination between what they are going to demand as an entity when it comes to sustainability reporting, and also on the banking authority with this prudential transition plans. So there are some angles where we believe there's room for opportunity. In our case, we are using two specific cases. First, in the mobilization of sustainable financing, we have the goal of mobilizing 300 billion euro between up till the year 25 in climate change and environment, but inclusive growth. We have already moved 600 million. We're over the goal that we set. And for that, we use the European taxonomy. It's true that we need to apply this taxonomy outside Europe too, so we adapt a little bit the standards to reality of the countries where we're at. We have also developed our own standards, inclusive, with some criteria, with a reference taxonomy, and we use market standards that give us certain comfort, like, for example, green bonds and other initiatives of the sector that will allow us to address this system beyond the activity approach of the taxonomy. We also believe it's an important topic in the world of certification for SMEs. And another one that we use in this standard in the taxonomy is the assessment in the plans of our customers. So we have our own indicator, among other elements, incorporates the criteria to evaluate complex sectors. So this is a summary.
A few words which I wrote down would be: there is still room to simplify, for sure. There is for the use of proceeds, the significant harm has been extremely difficult. This is something that is actually not manageable. Yep. And that it's a learning process, basically. We are all still learning, and as well as in the banks, in order to, and it takes time. That's the main conclusions that I'm taking now from your words. And before, when we started, just to let you know, in the room, of course, you will have option to use the mic later to ask questions, but online, we are collecting questions and they're coming in via Slido. And for the online participant, just that you're aware that we really are collecting them, and it's, if you type slido.com, #ESFD, European Sustainable Finance Day, you can enter and insert your additional questions as online participants you cannot otherwise ask us. So let's continue now with the other banker, with Severiano Solana Martinez. Actually, CaixaBank is using the sustainability guarantee of the InvestEU program, what you've already heard before from the example of Santander, but we have now Severiano here. So I would like to, we will focus on his experience and the bank's experience on the sustainability guarantee later on, but now it's more how, in your bank, how you've been following the EU Sustainable Finance Framework so far, what have been the lessons learned? Similar question then to Anthony, and whether these green loans that you're offering are there and under which conditions for the corporates.
Thank you for the introduction and congratulations for this organization, and thank you to the European Commission. I think this is going to be very useful to everybody that we are doing the same, but also to participants. So the framework is fundamental. I think without it, the work and the level of advanced will be reduced and smaller. So it's a fundamental piece to address the activity and especially to understand the transition plans that, as we've been saying, it's the more relevant plan. We are not in this taxonomy plan or in this green strong plan. We are in a state in which we are transitioning, and especially when we talk about the SMEs. So in this sense, the framework gives us a reference to understand how real is this process of change. I don't believe that we should just focus on the framework or the financing structure. I think that when we evaluate this transition process that the SMEs are doing, there are some other elements to evaluate if we are evolving in sustainability as we should or as we could. So for us, at least, we have 5 very important elements when it comes to evaluating the credibility of the transition plan. It looks like it's necessary for the SMEs to be clear on what's the element from the point of view of a structure that it should have to carry this transition plan out. There are also some policies and clear structures from the point of view of what do we want to do and not to do. They must have a roadmap, because it's not just to do an operation and say that, okay, we're sustainable already. The transition plan has to be based in a roadmap with some clear indicators, with some elements linked to the investment, because this is not free. To be sustainable requires investment in systems, in training the teams of these SMEs so that they know how to develop the activities so that this is still sustainable. And they need to be able to give data, as we said before, but not only data, but information about their progress, to be able to say to the stakeholders how they are advancing. What do we look at when we see this transition plan? So we're also trying that our people is able to do it. So in that sense, we're training a lot among these commercial teams of the bank with the idea to be able to recognize this properly, and also many engagement and disclosure between our customers, because we understand there could be more knowledge in which we could help them. And through different actions and tools that we are giving to them, talks, and in this year, we will continue doing it.
The whole policy, this whole orientation helps you to orientate also within the bank, but of course you're educating your loan officer so that the dialogue is there, that the SME would actually understand what you're asking them for, but also sustainability or loan officer would know what to ask, and this is a learning process, similar like Anthony was saying. And what you were referring to, similar as Anthony, it's about transition plans, and they need to be credible, and the companies need to understand where they are going, which is the direction of travel, because you said nothing is gratis, there is no free travel. Okay, thank you. And now, is there such understanding by the Spanish companies already? I'm turning now to Francisco Vidal Yuguero, whether the Spanish Confederation of SMEs, have you basically detected that there is understanding already? Are we going or navigating through this road already, or is it still that the dialogue cannot yet exist? So let us know your views.
Bueno, en primer lugar, muchas gracias, como han dicho mis compañeros de la mesa, la invitación.
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all, and thank you for this exercise to share our vision. And before tackling or addressing if we are navigating in this direction, I would want to set the context of the reality. It is true that you did a great description of what a company does, but we believe that this is just applicable to some of them. We have 700,000, and when someone start thinking about having a clear structure where to follow with the companies, sometimes it's difficult because you need to be there, comply with the norm. And I'm going to put an important example because sometimes we talk about sustainability and we need to put the general context in which we are moving beyond green finance, for example. And from a retailer company in Spain has to face 300 regulations. These regulations come out day by day. So there's no time, there's no possibility to address this. So this regulatory burden makes it difficult to navigate towards where you want to navigate. It's not that you don't want to go there, it's that basically there are companies that cannot do it. Beyond that, it is true that if beyond this 700,000 company and the other micro companies, in the medium company, which is 27,000, which is quite a number, we started detecting that there are some elements, as Severiano said, like where do we want to go, what should we do? There's a global plan, but there's still a lot of work to do to organize. In other matters, because there's a key variable, we need a lot of investment. Why are we here? Because since from the European area, it's been calculated more than 700 million that you need to invest. So that was something you needed to do. But depending on the country where you're at, when it comes to investment, it's not easy. Because, for example, entities like CAIXA or like BBVA, you're doing things great. You have the tools which are useful for the SMEs, you are doing disclosure of information, but there's other moments in which small company with an SME with not a lot of resources, because the average in Spain last year was 15,000 euros. You need to say which investment are you doing. You start finding doubts like the technology that I'm going to apply in renewable energies or clean energy, what life's going to have, is going to be improved or not, because I need to recover in a short time. Can I do this investment? Sometimes it's difficult. In Spain, we have so many regulations that make it very difficult, but we have other figures, tax figures, like, for example, one which is very particular in Spain for construction, building. So, for example, some town halls in Spain, they tax you for the work you do and for the material you use. So there's like a lot of investment. So sometimes you want to navigate, but the scenario itself makes it very difficult to do it. And beyond all of the difficulties from CEPIME, the Spanish Association of Bank, the different credit cooperatives, we're working all together with the Institute of Responsible Finance to give some steps towards the easing of the processes in the disclosure works. If we advance, but it is something difficult because the resources of the SMEs are quite limited and they cannot give a lot.
Yeah, so it's navigating has been in these waters has been stormy, and it's not easy, and it's still complicating. And what you were also saying is that there is an excessive admin burden, that there is even no time to read it through and to understand it. Sure. Okay, so, and now from the small company's perspective, let's switch to Telefónica, which is a huge company, active not only on the Spanish market, but even outside Spain. So Maya, recently you also proudly wrote that Telefónica had been for a decade leading the global disclosure CDP A list. That's the list of companies with the greatest commitment to tackling the climate crisis. How have you been inside Spain, but also outside Spain, basically following the EU Sustainable Finance Framework? Your experience and lessons learned, please.
Thank you, yeah. Bueno, gracias por invitar.
Thank you very much for inviting us to participate, and congratulations for this. First of all, we believe that this framework is very necessary, and it sets the baseline so that economy can have a transition, and it's a very important catalyzer of this green transition. So beyond this, Telefónica is a pioneer in green bonds. Today, more than 33% is linked to sustainability. So when we talk about this, we need that this is fundamental. So we believe it should not be just a part of it, but all should be addressed towards transition if we want that the goals we have are met. So as I said, we issued our first bond, and we are based in standards that Tony mentioned before, the Green Bond Principle. For the we have also green bonds, and we use international standards. And our goal is not to use more the European funds. We have a taxonomy that we have to report as a sector. We are one of the sectors that it is identified as one of the sectors that have an impact, so we have to report. So the difficulty as corporate is that we are not the only sector that it's encountering these difficulties, but we encountered some challenges. The main one is that the telecommunication grids are not part of the activities described in the taxonomy. So this hinders that the numbers of our sectors are relevant from the point of view of the investment and also turnover. We talked about the green transition, digital transition. It's something that's very clear of 700 billion that we must address as an investment, many of them linked to networks, but these are not in the taxonomy. So it should be solved, but it makes it difficult to reflect the investment flows of the economy, and also very important in quantitative terms and European goals. And how are we addressing this green transition? We are not in the list TCTP. This is not foreign to our strategy. We've been investing in transition and more sustainable networks linked to sustainable goals. We want to be net zero by 2040. We are reducing our emissions in more than 50% from the year 2015. We have a climate action plan that wants a transition. Finance is the pillar of this. So basically you need to invest the ones that we're using for the funds. So this year, more than 2 billion in green bonds. In the last years, more than 8 billion in green bonds. That with the banking sector, we will do a report, a disclosure, and everything that's necessary. And when it comes to the disclosure of taxonomy, I think there has very positive elements. In Telefónica, despite that the figures are not very big because the networks, the grids are not there, there's other activities that are part of the taxonomy. Maybe they are quite minor because the activities described are quite small, but the reporting process of taxonomy is very positive to us because it allowed us to integrate the financial areas and technical areas. So I think it is for the reporting, for example, of the CSRD, all of the financial capex with this financial and environmental criteria. It's a good advancement. There are some multidisciplinary teams that are working in this, and I think we're on the good path. There are some elements on the taxonomy that are going to improve. Like, for example, when it comes to the interpretation of them, this is the maturity that's going to be driving us on the proper pathway, the materiality which is applied, for example, on the CSRD, it's not applied in the taxonomy, so we're going to find data of 0.005% of the capex of the company, which are totally useless on the financing or goals, but requires many resources, even for a corporate. Any efficiency is important, and there are some resources to increase information which are not going to be used finally. And well, the lecture is very positive in general. We believe there are some elements which are positive, and the conversation we're having is positive. So the transparency, homogeneity, it's a fundamental pillar to clarify, and that there's no doubts. But there are some elements that we could improve.
I would have expected, but it really resembles your 20 years of experience at Telefonica doing this, and you're a big company, so this is definitely the different view. And you're an example of, yeah, as you said, it's a catalyzing effect of your double transition. So basically a digital company, digital transition and investment gap that you're going into the direction, but as well as green transitioning and lots of things that you said on the positive example of the reporting and your disclosure requirements are positive for you, KPIs and materiality. I think this is lots of food for thought for Helena, actually her way of language that you're using at the platform, and the taxonomy that Maya was referring to, that it's not yet directly there in infrastructure of telecommunications. But these are all the ideas that now colleagues have shared, the panelists, and oh my God, I forgot Peter. No, yeah, but anyway, these were my words for Helena for later, not to forget, but Peter still comes in now as a consultancy. Yeah, exactly, Peter, I did not forget you, now I saw your face. But basically my question for you would be exactly the same, the experience with the EU Sustainable Framework, but also you wrote in 2020, when everything was still kind of being developed, you wrote that a credible and robust climate investment taxonomy can rely on science and years of technical evidence. And now we are 4 years later, so has this technical evidence that has occurred on the market actually meet your expectation of what you wrote 4 years ago?
Bueno, voy a contestar en inglés porque mi mujer dice que ella me entiende mejor en inglés que en español.
I'm going to reply in English because my wife says that she understands me better if I speak in English. So
yeah,
I'm going to talk in my my mother language.
It's true. I've spent 20 years writing 100-page reports about various technical aspects to do with this transition. And for the last 4 years, I've been thinking, so I was part of the very small group of people who 6-7 years ago, and Helena, you were there, thought the EU taxonomy was a really great idea. And I continue to think that it absolutely is. It has placed Europe in the leading position, which has sprouted 40 other taxonomies across the world. So everything you're hearing today from these panelists about the teething issues related to this world-beating record thing, which Europe can genuinely be proud of, is just the detail to me. Because, so in lockdown, I wanted to know whether the taxonomy was hard or easy to apply. So what did I do? So at that time, I was sitting on the project board with EY, a consultancy, who their task was to go and find green projects that governments could invest in. Because at the time, governments were thinking about how much of their recovery fund money could they contribute to green projects. And there was the sense that green projects were hard to find, and it was going to be a real struggle to find 30% of the funding to go into green projects. So I wanted to know if that was true. So EY has offices in every 27 member states, and they had hundreds of people on the ground, and we opened a web, and we got a list together of 1,000 shovel-ready projects from all sectors in all parts of the economy. And I personally, myself, over a weekend, using the draft EU taxonomy significant contribution criteria, row by row on an Excel spreadsheet, went through each one of those projects to see if I could tell if they were making a significant contribution to the taxonomy. There were about 10 where we had doubts, of 1,000. So when people say to you, oh, it's all so complicated, I say to them, have you done it? Right? Because when you do it, you find things like the EU taxonomy compass that's on the EU's website super useful. you can find the page in the taxonomy that you need, because as a company like the two other SMEs who've appeared in today's meeting, if you produce plastic cutlery, you can find the taxonomy category for that, and you can see what the significant contribution criteria is. So I'm not saying that, I'm not disagreeing actually that there are things that need to change. It's absolutely true. The taxonomy does not cover every sector. Most of the things that we do, most of our economies are not even eligible for the taxonomy. Why? Most of them are services. So when banks report green asset ratios, which are all under 20%, how should we deal with that information? The answer is, that's what I expected. Because most of the work of most of the companies and most of the SMEs is mostly nothing to do with climate change or ESG. In fact, 80% of the greenhouse gases that have been emitted since the Paris Agreement can be attributed to just 57 organizations. So we know where the problems are. So let's stop making everybody waste time on questionnaires if they're nothing to do with it. Because finding green things is much, 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 much easier than everybody you're hearing would give credit for. So there are things that are hard to do, and we know what they are. The 10 projects which I identified before, 1% of the total, were genuinely hard, and we had to come out and have expert conversations. There are things that we don't have time. I run an SME. So there are things that we don't have time to do. There are a lot of those. I run an SME, there are a lot of those. Doesn't mean to say they're hard or easy, I just don't have time to do them. Now, what do I do? So when it comes to complying with the law, which worries me greatly, and if there are 3,000 laws that I need to look at every single day, I'm the first one who's concerned about that. So that's why I pay a monthly fee to an administrative services company whose job it is to tell me what is legal and tell me which laws I need to look at and to do my accounts and to pay my taxes and to ensure that my payroll is done, et cetera, et cetera. Every SME is in the same position. We outsource accounting services and administrative services. So if we want to talk to SMEs, we should talk to their administrators, because that's the person that I'm going to put in the room as soon as someone says a new law has come out and you've got to comply with this. So if I have to prepare, and this is something, my next question, because we've prepared the questions in advance, will ask me this question, but we've talked to 300 Spanish SMEs. And I wanted to perhaps leave this thought. Instead of patronizing SMEs, let's find, like Xavier, you heard in the let's find John, let's find the SMEs who are doing great things. And there are so many of them. So many SMEs we've talked to in Spain are so proud of being a part of this transition. And they can't stop talking about it and can't stop wanting to tell everybody else about what they're up to. So the fact that we can actually spot leaders and we can look at what leaders are doing and help followers to follow, and then large companies can comply more easily with the Scope 3 objectives, and then Europe can avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Really, there's nothing bad about that. So I think, and we can discuss further how we can reach that sort of opportunistic thing, but I think we can.
It's a good move. You answered on both questions that I prepared for you not to forget.
I didn't. I'm saving stuff. I've got my notes.
Excellent. But yeah, it's very good that you also refer to this 30% that has been a requirement in the Recovery and Resilience Facility. This morning we heard that basically Spain is an excellent example. In Spain you have 37% that you're meeting this requirement. So actually you're above in your Recovery and Resilience national program. But of all these 1,000 projects that you said, 10 were difficult. Well, perhaps not clear. Were they the small ones or they were huge corporates proposing this?
Those projects were all sizes. Big and small. We we wrote a report about it, but yes. So yes, we had SMEs in there. Everything. Yeah, the questions were things much more technical, like if you're extending a metro, how did that fit in? And if you were doing bike lanes, for example, we didn't know whether bike lanes, because bike lanes require cement and concrete, we didn't know how to judge them. So yeah.
But this was kind of possible. It is still possible during the Recovery and Resilience Facility, because you have the mitigating measures and then it can go through. But anyway, not to take too much of time for reactions by Helena Viñas Fiestas. She's our active listener, and with her double head now, the floor is yours to react on what you heard.
Me gustaría empezar recordar, de hecho,
I'd like to. Well, when we started the new mandate of the platform 1 year ago, it had 1 year, sorry. So there was a very interesting moment in a key moment in which all of the main elements, which is the finance, sustainable finance, were nearly done. There were some details to polish, but on the other side, we started implementing some of the other lines, especially referred to the disclosure of information when it comes to sustainability, about taxonomy for the big companies and in other topics. So for this, specifically in the platform, we started working on the one side to continue developing this taxonomy. Maya, as you said, the taxonomy still needs to expand much more to cover more activities. We started with those activities that we considered had a carbon footprint which was bigger. Those activities regarding the other environmental goals. But there's still a long way to go. The problem that we are encountering is that we still have 26 years more to reach the zero net emissions. So we cannot just finalize all of the taxonomy to have to test years, see what works, what not, and implement it. We need to start investing now. And that's why we are in this situation a bit maybe uncomfortable that at the same time, we are developing the taxonomy and other elements, and we need to implement them. But we must not despise the learnings and lessons learned that you mentioned before, Tony, that you mentioned, which is this learning process. And with the spirit of creating a very strong bridge with industry and market, the platform has launched 3 kinds of works jointly with the Commission, the stakeholder request mechanism. So we have asked the industry, tell us what your experience has been, what technical criteria do you will believe we have to modify and why, but give us a scientifically based response. And on the side, then what activities are missing? Why do you believe they're missing? That's the first one. The second one, we published 2 months ago, the cluster of market practices. So we examine what's happening in the market in 7 interest groups, the big companies, of course, the SMEs, the credit institutions, investments, public sectors, consultants, and auditors. And on that side, our intention is to see what's happening in the market, until which point, apart from the regulation, the companies and other interest groups are using the taxonomy and other tools which are available for the financial sectors. And on the other side, to say what's not happening. So let's start with the good news, because I am totally aligned with what you're saying, Alicia. So the taxonomy beyond that, we need to make it a bit more specific or change it. It represents a revolution. So it's the metric system or accounting system of the 21st century. So up till now, we have been demanding for this bridge between the financing performance and environmental performance. It's the first tool that we have that has this environmental performance and measures the performance through these financial measurements. So there are other 40 jurisdictions which are developing this taxonomy, which is based in the European one. But I wanted to share the numbers, if I had 2 minutes with you. Not only the average of the alignment of the revenues, number of volume and capex has been bigger of what we expected in this year, but the capex has been over the other one. So also over the eligibility, the exposure of the taxonomy. So what does this mean? Is that the companies are investing and are using the taxonomy to the transition plans, to this taxonomy use. Because the investments that we do today, which are part of a transition plan, and a capex plan that can last up to 5 years, in exceptional cases 10, they count as green, and these are huge.
only the 600 biggest companies in Europe that have a joint 600 trillion have invested 166 million in transport, manufacture, energy generation. Also, the investment funds that replicate the indexes and have accumulated 120 billion. I could keep going, but it's much more interesting. Let's look at the sell side. That starts to see the correlation between the percentage of alignment and taxonomy and the financial performance compared to the common benchmark. Goldman Sachs have studied many companies, and they say that the ones that invest in line with the taxonomy have gone beyond the index in the last few years, financially speaking. And those that have more exposition in terms of green financing in the last 5 years. So we can see the interest on the part of investors in the industry. Does it mean that it is all roses? Of course not. In the compendium, which I invite you to read, we highlight 7 important points, 7 areas we must improve. The first is do no significant harm. We must understand this. The taxonomy has been created being a benchmark, a dictionary that says when an economic activity is sustainable and under which circumstances. And right now, what we must do with this base is adapt it to the use and the means. You must adapt it when it's a use of proceeds or the past revenues or an investment for the future. It slightly changes. This is what we are working on in adapting when it comes to comply with the taxonomy to the environment and the player. I'd like to close simply by highlighting a point. Francisco, I'd like to say that precisely since we are so aware that we have focused up until now in big companies, this is why, with the Commission, we are working to develop a strategy that adapts a response to the SMEs concerning sustainable finances. So this response, we hope, will be focused on this main activity and these main topics for SMEs, and it will limit the number of topics, information, and metrics. It's going to help them access that green finance.
Francisco's worries, but of course we share the worries, and it's really an open dialogue. We need to hear about all these problems, not just the Commission, but also the platform, because as Helena was explaining, the whole platform work is to adapt the taxonomy, to develop it further, because it's not finished, meaning it's far from completed. But as you were also saying, taxonomy is actually a reference point at this stage, and it's not Camino de Flores, meaning de Rosas. So this is why I'm happy to hear that you, as the head of the platform, you're aware of this bumpy road still ahead. Yeah.
Absolutamente. Si me permites, muy rápido, me recuerda cuando, yo no sé cuántos de vosotros.
Yes, precisely. I don't know how many of you
informática cuando estáis en colegio. Los que tenemos cierta.
Chose to study computing when you were in college. We did. We were a little bit older, and so they taught me basic programming, Pascal, and so 2 years later, everyone was using Microsoft Office and how to use a computer. This is what we're doing now. What we're seeing now, the taxonomy is in the programming phase, but right now, we're trying to develop the Microsoft Office to be user-friendly, as Peter was saying.
That Helena was mentioning. So it's there, it's for the companies, anyone, stakeholders, associations, anyone to let us know, the Commission, where are the difficulties. And definitely we are aware of that there were lots of complaints coming as regards that do no significant harm. And this is what also Helena mentioned. And now, not to be really running over the time, we have well, I will take 5 extra minutes, so we will not finish at 1:30, but 1:35, let's hope. Because we have the second round of questions, and in the first one, we were really detailed. So perhaps now it's really the focus on the small and medium-sized companies, on the PYMEs, the experience of the esteemed speakers with the PYMEs, with the SMEs. So Anthony, really now any additional information to what you already provided to help the SMEs in the years ahead, especially as regards also the new Commission on adapting everything and not starting from scratch, but adapting and making it easier for the SMEs to access and continue to access finance and the banks to continue to actually lend to companies.
Can you hear me? Yep. For BBVA, this is a huge opportunity. We have an opportunity for all the companies, not only SMEs. We want to follow them in this transition. Helena was saying that it wasn't in the reports. How do we help SMEs truly in the transformation? This is what we focus on. The SMEs evolve. We're not only speaking about super successful examples. Sometimes some SMEs don't think that really sustainability is for them. Sometimes they think it's for bigger companies, right? So we must tackle all of those obstacles that we see by education, proposals with appropriate incentives, and of course, supporting, buttressing on the part of the banking system. Also, multiplying all the help coming from Grupa and Spain to help SMEs in a streamlined way. We believe that voluntary reporting is a good step, but it's one more piece of the puzzle. It won't be the piece that mobilizes the transformation at the SME level, in our opinion. Yes, we need to showcase successful SMEs, but it won't be that traction mechanism for scaling. We are doing an approximation on a case-by-case basis, on a user case basis. Solutions in mobility, in energy, self-consumption, multiplying aid. And this is the first package that we are all tackling as financial entities. Also, second point, through advisory awareness, we have an app that calculates carbon footprint. Of course, it's a proxy, it's a good one. And we have 300,000 companies that calculate their carbon footprint at the end of 2023, okay? Most are SMEs. And then the third way that we have is to enter into alliances and agreements with big companies to change their supplier chain or supply chain, not only in Spain, but in several other countries. That is how we know how things are doing, and we can improve the SMEs that they are supporting, and we can scale it to another level. For companies that have 2,000, 3,000 providers or suppliers, this is essential. Another thing that we're thinking is doing an approximation, not only with activities in taxonomy, we also use solid certification, sectorial ones, to rate SMEs as sustainable. We have it in a construction, agribusiness, in hotels, and this allows us to activate what is a cost, but still helps what they are doing.
Because you use the use case, which is exactly what we are also using with the sustainability guaranteed example that you heard this morning. And what I find it very good that you're referring to the advisory. So basically you in the bank, you're having it, but that's something similar that Frank was explaining. So hopefully, meaning we can basically converge into similar approaches, which would be then used in all the countries, and especially in Spain, as your companies are active outside Spain very much, meaning not just Portugal, but even beyond. So this was the comment that I got during the lunch break, that the Spanish companies are basically outside Spain. So the solutions that we are trying to have at the European level needs to fit the purpose also when your clients go outside Spain. And the other banker, Severiano, your experience, your additional points of view, and especially the experience that you've had with the sustainability guarantee in CaixaBank.
An obvious idea. For us, it is a pleasure to finance any project to help one of our clients to become more productive and better adapted to their environment as a bank. What must we do for that entrepreneur or SME to be able to make that decision? And we can follow through. I believe we must create an environment that boosts it. Sometimes you analyze the environment and not all the elements are ideal. A few examples I can mention. When an entrepreneur wants to transform their company and they look at their investment, they see the kind of aid that they can get. If the aid doesn't get there after 2 or 3 years, well, this is not ideal, and they decide to do it some other time or expect a better situation. This means we won't be able to finance because it won't get there at that precise moment. If the entrepreneur doesn't receive all the information or doesn't truly understand how it works, because the norms and regulations are so expansive, and though they don't understand the transformation in their sector and the changes coming in the next few years due to the accumulation of norms or changes that are happening, maybe they won't be making the best decisions in terms of the transformation of their company currently. So we won't be able to finance them either. And just like many other cases that we already mentioned, when we're going to ask for aids or support for this kind of project, if we are able to create an environment that boosts this process of understanding, of help, we can join all the tools in the process, and it will be much easier for the companies to make the decision and for us to go along with them.
Entorno. So basically an ecosystem that would help the SMEs from the banker's perspective, giving them advice, predicting what would be the changes in the transition, but you would be basically walking with them hand in hand, not to lose the opportunities. Thank you. And now, of course, Francisco, is this comforting? Would this, at least for the Spanish market, be something that you think it's feasible, it's possible for your members of the association, or you still would like that we conclude with more positive?
Una cosa que sí que somos positivos ahora en los mercados de financiación en España, y los dos ejemplos tenemos aquí, por ejemplo, con BBVA y CaixaBank.
For instance, with BBVA and CaixaBank, they truly understand the reality. They spoke on a segment of products that are close to SMEs, packaged products. It's true that it facilitates the access to financing, green financing, and especially the knowledge, because sometimes those company managers say to the SMEs, I know you will be changing your fleet, so you could use an electric vehicle or LNG vehicle, and you can combine it with our loans. But there's so many micro companies in Spain and very specific products. So there is a part that profits from this from top to bottom. Indirectly, your emissions of the SMEs are going to be lower. So, of course, there will be this kind of very, very light rain that will be going from top to bottom. It will trickle down. Helena has said it very well. The deadlines are tight, but simply to go a little slower so that later we go faster is better. In this case, maybe we can say that first the big companies can go, And then the companies and clients start filtrating this reality. And then we can embed SMEs even more strongly. This would be a good path. I believe that this is the right path. It's true that access to financing and markets will quickly increase. This is still a niche thing, and we must keep working hard on data, which is what we're doing here with responsible financing, because without data in our current world, we do nothing. And so we must work hard with a adequate taxonomy framework. I really like the proposal of streamlining when you talked about it. I totally bought it. I believe this is what we should do. So we can have more data with a streamlining of the taxonomy. And we're still we're lagging behind. You said 10% of SMEs in Europe have benefited, right? And so we need to say 5% annually. We're lagging behind, and so we have to move on. We must work on data. The banking is working with company. And to finish it off, I'd like to speak about training, proximity. We need to facilitate language and vocabulary. We talk about alcance uno, we talk about taxonomy, and companies don't know what the hell we're talking about. And so we need to facilitate vocabulary because it is easier to share and participate of all green financing process if you understand it, and especially in digital and energy transition.
Referred now to data because both bankers did not specifically refer to data, but earlier when we chatted upstairs, I also between the lines understood that data should not be now a reason for the banks to compete, because we are all aware that there is no data from the SMEs, because by legislation, SMEs are not obliged to be under the taxonomy yet. But of course, there is what Astrid was explaining in the morning. There is this trickle down that the banks are asking, because you need you need a certain data from the SMEs. So thank you that you mentioned this. But I also take the message, clear message from you that whatever we produce in Brussels, it has to be easy to understand for your members, easy language for the SMEs. And but one of the statements, if I understood it correctly, means still not my native language, that SMEs with this approach that they will embark can actually even have a competitive advantage on the market. And this is then the positive message that we can also take.
Son competitivas en el mercado europeo, pero vamos a tener cuidado en una cuestión.
Yes, they're competitive in the European market, but it seems that we live in an island sometimes in Europe. We've seen this in certain sectors. We must be careful with the norms. There are many international companies. Truly, we have bet on foreign countries due to the crisis. And so there's different norms outside and inside. And the thing is that environmental norms within Europe change all the time. If a Scandinavian company wants to compete in Southern Europe, your product will not be competitive. We must think about this because the norms must be homogenized. It's not the same norms in Sweden, Italy, or Spain, okay? So we must put it into the context.
Into the same approach EU-wide, but also to be comparable and usable and with the international ones. That's your message. Maya and Peter, I did not forget you. Your final words, your final conclusions, your final tips for the SMEs so that they will continue to get access to sustainable finance.
Gracias. Bueno, pues me permitirme solamente que mencione desde el punto de vista de la corporate y desde un
Yes, I'm going to speak from a corporate point of view.
clientes.
The SMEs are clients and suppliers, partners in our supply chain. As a client, we are working very closely on digitalization with SMEs because the green transition goes hand in hand with digitalization. The more digital you are, the more sustainable you are. Social as well, but it is absolutely a safe bet. We are supporting all the SMEs in this green transition through digitalization. When we integrate all European funds, we believe that the follow-up in funds is paramount. This is why we are with them in training, in access. We are going through this process. This is important because As has been said before, the resources cannot be compared. So we are following them up in all of this change, but also the access to financing through the facilitation.
Que efectivamente es más complejo, requiere unos datos que no tienen. En todo caso, sí que me parece que es importante.
And more complex processes. We must highlight, however, that sometimes we need more data and how green and the digital aspects are mutually reinforcing. Sometimes there is lack of KPIs, and we need to work on this.
La transición digital verde, perdonadme. Y luego, desde el punto de vista.
And from the point of view of corporate, all of our supply chain, well, I'm going to talk about the A3, not the A1, A2.
En nuestro caso, ¿no? Pero yo creo que
in our case, but in general, the economy emissions, 85% of the current emissions come from our value chain and supply chain, and 48% of our purchases include SMEs. 2.5 billion last year were allocated to SMEs. We cannot leave them behind. It is a part of our chain of influence. We cannot reach these goals if we do not work with our supply chain. And of course, we must work with SMEs as well as corporates. But corporates have resources SMEs don't. We are an international project such as SME Hub, which has a hub in Spain, to follow up the SMEs with webinars and simpler projects so that they understand better this action plans that are simplified, that they can bring back home. It's our responsibility and interest because we are behind these goals. Beyond the disclosure topic mentioned by Elena, it is very important for SMEs to follow this path. It's a dual work with clients and supply chains. This is what I wanted to say.
Perfect examples that indeed you have them, the small companies within the supply chain on both sides. And it's good that you also mentioned the Climate Hub. We intend to have some meetings with them to see their approach, which has been backed by the United Nations, etc. Peter, your final remarks. I did not forget you.
Bueno, voy a ser breve y voy a hacerlo en español para, ¿sabes?
Okay, I'll be brief and I'll talk in Spanish.
Equipo este año estamos trabajando.
This year, my team and I are working with several partners to touch upon 28,000 SMEs. This after several years of case studies and publishing tools, having conversations with all Spanish regions. We have contacted with national departments, etc. We understand perfectly what we must be. We must be practical. And if we want to simplify, which is the word of the day, I believe that the SMEs that were surveyed by us have shown 5 things that they want: photovoltaic, heat pumps, waste recycling, and several renewable sources. So these are the 5 pillars that they want to act upon. Of course, there are many more things. What SMEs want, according to what they've told me, they want to be green and they want to participate, but they do not want to answer more questionnaires because it gets nowhere. But yes, photovoltaic energy does, if they cannot have access, as is the case, to the project that I'm trying to support in San Luis, in the island of Menorca. If the entrepreneurs there cannot have access to the needed financing due to red tape, then that's a problem, right? Undoubtedly, once it is built, only with 10% of the caps, all of the energy costs can be covered. That is to say, there are thousands of examples and also of problems, but I believe that in our contact here, Spain will win. Assuredly, we do not have native, truly energy resources. We only have sun and wind. But if we convert this and become efficient, our competitiveness will increase 1,000-fold, and we will win the transition.
Listening to you, both of us non-native speakers, I thought of Garcia Lorca, verde que te quiero verde. This is really happening in Spain. But oh my God, there we see how late we are. So we got 3 questions online, but on the first one, which is still referring to, can we see them on the screen? Which is still referring to the previous presentation on the Enterprise Europe Network. There was a question whether the services that the Enterprise Europe Network provides, are they for free? Yes, they are for free. And I see them, both of you nodding, so perhaps the question, if there is further follow-up discussion during the networking lunch, please provide so. And then there is one question that I leave it to dear panelists, the one in the middle. Is there any one of you who would like to answer this one?
I can explain briefly, or explicar rápidamente que efectivamente tenemos un estado.
I will explain it briefly.
Social, de crecimiento inclusivo, sí que hemos definido.
There is social broadcast. We have defined the thresholds and some features
Poder calificar una financiación
to be able to rate financing to more vulnerable populations.
Y por supuesto también en el mundo de las micropymes.
And of course, in the micro SMEs world, the thing is different.
Pymes, sino a las micros. También en el mundo de emergentes con las microfinanzas, pues tenemos una aproximación diferente.
We have microfinancing, and which is a very different world.
Sabiendo que no hay un estándar de mercado cerrado.
The market is not closed.
Panelists, Helena, thank you very much. Lots of messages probably you will bring back to the platform. Thank you very much for all the morning speakers. Thank you very much, dear participants here in the room, and of course, all the online participants. All the presentations that you heard today will be online very soon. There is also the recording that we will put online, not today, but in a couple of days when everything is smooth. Thank you very much for the technical team. Thank you very much, Cecilia. And before you go to the well-deserved lunch break, networking, please do ask questions. We'll be still all of us here. You will receive in a couple of days a questionnaire, a survey. Do fill it in, because this will really, as Armando said in the morning, help us to improve our events in the next months ahead. Thank you. Ha sido un placer, and yeah, have a lovely afternoon.